You should have taken the proper steps from the beginning to ensure your business and personal assets are legally protected. That's where LegalZoom.com comes in. They've helped over 1 million businesses get started, and they're ready to help you too. If you're ready to launch your dream, LegalZoom will save you time and hundreds of dollars on startup costs. Plus, they'll provide solutions to help you run a successful business. Go to LegalZoom.com today to see what's right for you. Form an LLC, get a DBA, incorporate, or form a nonprofit, all starting at just $99. Plus, you'll save even more when you enter SiriusXM in the referral box at checkout. Help ensure your business and assets are legally protected at LegalZoom.com. LegalZoom can provide self-help services at your specific direction or connect you with an attorney, but they're not a law firm.
Hey, I know a lot of you out there who are married, have kids and a mortgage, and don't have life insurance. Bottom line, you think you can't afford it. Well, let me tell you about my buddy John, 43-year-old guy, pretty good shape except for a slight case of asthma. He talked to a couple of life insurance companies, but the quotes were out of sight. I told him to call Select Quote at 1-800-932-5400. Select Quote has this unique way of saving you money on life insurance. They comparison shop select highly rated term life insurance companies and give you a choice of your best rates. Select Quote matched John with a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $27 a month. Hey, don't assume you can't afford life insurance without checking Select Quote first. Quotes are free, so give them a call at 1-800-932-5400. That's 1-800-932-5400. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your premium could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
You're an addict. Life is out of control. Call the Addiction Help Hotline now. The Addiction Help Hotline will match you with the right facility for your treatment in our network of top-rated facilities nationwide. Whether it's insurance, credit cards, family help, or self-pay cash, the Addiction Help Hotline has an answer to help you end the addiction. The call is free. Call the Addiction Help Hotline at 800-430-7410. End the addiction. Call 800-430-7410. 800-430-7410.
This is the worst of the week countdown, where we take the best of this week's Opie and Anthony show, call it the worst, rate it, and then count it down for your listening pleasure. Here's your host. What's his name? Face.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We now begin the worst of the week countdown with myself, Sam Roberts, as your host. You know me from O&A and from After Opie and Anthony Live. So much to get to this week. I don't know how we're going to pack it all in. James Cahn, Michael Shannon, Stephen Merchant, Jim Florentine, all in studio. Jimmy Kimmel and Kanye West got into a big argument. Jimmy needed a photo with Metallica. Before we get to any of that, all of that, I'm going to try to squeeze it all in for you because I care. Before we get to any of it, Bobo called into the Opie and Anthony show this week. I know what you're thinking. Why would you have Bobo on the worst of the week countdown? This is supposed to be the best of the best, Sam. Well, Colin Quinn was on the phone with him. And if you don't think this is hilarious, I don't know if I want to be your friend anymore. Colin Quinn and Bobo started exchanging thoughts and ideas as they were both on the phone the other morning. Listen to it now, if you haven't heard it. And if you have heard it, listen to it again now as well on the worst of the week countdown.
Number 8. Number 8.
Hi, who's this?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, this is Bobo.
What?
What? Did you see the documentary, Bobo?
Why are you calling the show?
I was gonna call in, say hi to you guys, because I haven't talked to you guys in a while.
You do realize we're in the middle of an interesting topic, so do you have something on Hitler or Auschwitz? Concentration camps?
No.
You're just calling for what reason? You've been on hold for hours. What's up? What's up?
Yeah, that's all. I just wanted to talk to you guys. Haven't talked to you guys in a while. Was just saying hi.
How's the dog doing, Bobo?
No, none of that shit. This is a radio show. What do you mean you're just calling to say hi?
That's what it is. I picked the bad time to call in.
Just fucking hang up. I mean, Bobo, not Opie. Oh, Bobo, just hang up. What are you doing?
What's the thought process? Like, you haven't heard... What's going on? You think we're talking to you through the radio?
He hung up. Good.
All right. What do you mean you're calling just to say hi?
Exactly.
Hi, who's this?
Colin.
What's up, man?
Why don't you guys have Bobo on?
Yeah. Well, Bobo called in the middle of our Nazi discussion, and he had nothing to add.
Nazi discussion. I don't blame him. That Nazi discussion in the year 2013.
Well,
let it go. The Nazis did their thing. Give them a break already.
Well, Jim Norton saw a little documentary called Hitler's Children, and we were discussing it, Colin.
Jim, I heard you had quite a discussion about the Nazis, and you kept Bobo out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, it was difficult, but I'm afraid that once he got started on the Nazis, he'd have so much pertinent information that we'd never get back to the jokes.
Well, but don't you think it's kind of unfair that you spent the whole night watching some tedious Hitler's Children documentary? It was probably like a 20-year-old documentary, and just because you happen to watch it and you're working on the show, then Bobo calls in and adds his 2 cents.
Well, Colin, I have to explain this because I know you enough to know that you really appreciate this type of thing. Bobo called a radio show. We'd like to think it's a relatively popular radio show being heard in multiple states. The reason Bobo called us today was he wanted to say hi.
I saw him on Twitter. He goes, Anthony, I haven't heard from you in a long time.
Exactly. It's like, what an asshole.
But he has no concept that, believe it or not, we're trying to do something here. He just wanted to actually call in to say hi.
Well, that just goes to show you guys people always complain how this country is no longer like, the small town where just the simple niceties of the day-to-day. Bobo's trying to reenact that. And he wouldn't have done it if Anthony had responded to him on Twitter 2 days ago when he said, hey, Ant, haven't spoken to you in a couple of weeks. So really, this is Anthony's fault.
But Anthony's never talked to Bobo. So that's all in Bobo's head.
Yeah.
All right, I think we should see it Colin's way. Bobo, please call back in.
Yeah.
And we'll allow you to say hi.
Chat the morning away.
We'll allow you just to say hi, not contribute anything to the radio show. Colin, in a way, is saying hi right now, but he's adding rich material to the program.
See, now when Bobo calls, you guys have something to talk about.
Well,
maybe you'll have something to contribute.
He's not calling in now.
Good.
I see it your way. He should be able to just say hi on a radio show. You fuck. Someone else does that. Stalker Patty does that to us. She calls just to say hi.
But she says hi she says hi better than anybody. Hi.
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 Her hi is like on Laverne and Shirley. Hello.
Hello.
It's very distinctive.
But Bobo's calls in are just, they enrage me because they're so devoid of any self-awareness.
The Bobo phone call's always a pleasure. We stopped taking Bobo's calls, but then one day I realized it really annoyed Jimmy so bad that I just take his call.
That's great.
Hold on a minute.
What about
Colin, hold on a minute. You asked for it. You get it.
Whoa.
Bobo.
Yeah, hi, guys.
Hi.
Yeah, I call it. How's everything? How you doing,
Hi, Bobo. Things are okay.
Yeah, I'm doing okay, but a little bit stuffed up with the allergies.
Oh yeah, wow. What do you expect? I mean, this is allergy season.
Yeah, I know that. Hey, my mom wants to say hi to you, Colin. Hold on.
What?
Wow, what a treat for Carl.
Hey, Colin, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Okay, Daniel got me hooked on your antics, and you're a very good comedian. I enjoy watching you. Very good.
I appreciate that. Oh, that's great.
Hope you keep doing well.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much.
All right, I'll put Daniel back on the phone.
Okay, thanks.
Jimmy's losing his mind.
How does it? This one's worse than the first call.
I wanted to. Maybe she could put a vagina up to the phone so we could boo it.
Now his mom is just saying hi.
Hey, man. Let's not question the greatness of Colin Quinn. He demands this.
Okay.
All right. Bobo.
Guys, I know good radio.
Huh? No, you can't go. You did this. Bobo.
Yeah.
You're on with Colin Quinn.
Yeah.
Hey, Bobo.
Hey, Colin. I'm doing fine, Colin. Are you ever going to release Unconstitutional on DVD?
Well, that's a good question. I'm actually, I'll look into that at some point, but not at the moment.
Yeah. that's how I got to see A Long Story Short, because it was on TV.
Yeah. I didn't know you had HBO. Or did you watch it on YouTube?
Not HBO.
Oh, boy. I think you watched it for free on YouTube. What about, I don't know. First of all, today is a little more like fall, but I felt like yesterday was looking back into summer in some ways, weather-wise, I mean.
It's like that, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that. I'm actually plugging it. Unfortunately, my camera got damaged, so I don't have the camera anymore. But
how'd that happen?
I wish a bullet tore through it while you were taking a photo of it.
Well, I think everyone needs to know what happened to your camera, Bobo. This is breaking news.
No, it just happened. It just fell. It just broke when I fell.
Bobo, what's that noise?
What is that noise?
That's the noise of every listener.
No, it's the dogs responding every time there's a freaking doorbell.
Which dog is that?
Both of them.
What are their names?
You got to control your people, Bobo. When you have this big spot on a great radio show, you should make sure all your people know that it's not time to ring the doorbell.
Hold on, Mom. Get the door.
How many countries?
Those dogs are demons.
They are.
Those dogs are frightening me.
Pipe down.
How many countries does the show go to?
Way too many, Sam. We decided.
That's great. He yelled at his dogs like fucking Vic Tayback.
Right.
You got to stick to barking at traffic.
Your dogs are shitty. What are their names? These dogs?
What was it, Mr. Maloonigan?
Oh, Mr. Maloonigan. What type of dog is Mr. Maloonigan?
You already know he's a snoodle.
I don't know what he is. What is he?
Jim didn't hear.
You already know he's a poodle Stelzer mix.
Which is what?
A snoodle.
I laugh hard because you got to see Jimmy's face.
It's just terrible.
Jim's horrified.
I had more laughs last night watching the documentary.
I'm enjoying the Colin Quinn and Bobo phone show.
It's kind of nice. Yeah, there's some real chemistry here, guys.
I like hearing Colin and Bobo just kind of shoot the shit, talk about weather, cameras,
you know what?
whatever.
I think it's a pretty good idea, Sam Roberts. Bobo, you got anything else for Colin? Show off that chemistry you got.
Well, I also had the idea of a whole series of YouTube of being Colin going places.
That's a great idea. Like community cars getting coffees only with me and you.
Yep, exactly.
Wow, that sounds like a very original idea. That's terrific.
It's outside of the box, at least.
I would watch that, though, because to see Bobo drive a car and try to fucking talk at the same time.
Can you imagine how great that web show would be? Bobo driving Colin Quinn around and talking to him.
Do you have a license?
Well, wouldn't be driving around. It's us at various places.
Bobo, do you have a license? It's a very good question.
Oh, I'm in the process of getting a license. I just got learner's permit.
Colin, you in a car with Bobo, I swear to God, I fucking lose my mind.
You know what's great about a learner's permit is Colin could be the licensed driver that Bobo has to be in the car with.
Bobo has to be driving.
Of course he does.
And conversing at the same time with the horrified Colin Quinn in the passenger.
No, I'm sorry.
It'd be at various places. Like, for example, let's say me and Colin were at a game, right?
Right.
I'm just gonna use an example as hockey game at a hockey game since that's probably going to be.
Yeah, but if we go to forget about a hockey game, then we're stuck the whole time. We can't be filming at the hockey game. People will be throwing stuff at us and shit. Yeah.
Bobo, I'm starting to get a sneaking suspicion that you might just want to go to sporting games with Colin Quinn.
Sure.
No, it isn't just that. I think there's just there's some great ideas to film me in various places with Colin.
Different.
I was using that as an example.
Oh,
what would be a great place for you and Colin to be filmed?
And maybe another good example could be like, let's just say a barbecue at my house.
That's a good idea. Get those dogs out of there, though. I'm scared of the dogs.
Yeah, Colin's scared of the dogs there, Bobo. You might have to, put him down.
The barbecue?
The dogs don't bark. The dogs don't bite. They're nice dogs.
Would you put your dogs down if you had the opportunity to do a TV show with Colin Quinn? Because Colin's scared of the dogs.
Well, the dogs wouldn't be around during the filming.
Yeah, but he would prefer if you euthanized them.
This is more like a Sophie's Choice type deal.
Right. It's either Colin or the fucking dog.
I don't know if I could do that to my dogs.
Yes, it's like it's a real question.
He's giving it some thought.
He did. You've given that thought.
Because Bobo's show business first, always.
Sure. Usually he is, but, we might have found his fucking limit here.
What type of stuff would you and Colin be doing? I know you'd be at places, but what would you do?
Well, at the barbecue.
Just witty banter, or?
Well, the first episode is Colin Quinn at this horrible Bobo barbecue. So what could Colin expect at the barbecue, Bobo?
Well, there could.
Oh, you say it!
or me just. And then him actually eating something I actually cooked.
Oh, what do you cook?
Yeah, I actually grill. I actually grill, and no, it doesn't taste horrible. It tastes fine.
I like that Bobo answers that like, I know what you're all thinking, and
Right.
You knew where you guys were going.
Yeah, exactly.
But
He's one step ahead.
But he doesn't even say what he cooks.
No.
What do you cook on the barbecue?
Oh, I cook burgers, sausage, peppers, steaks.
That's good.
Fish kebab.
I bet it doesn't taste good, though, huh, Bobo?
No.
It does taste good.
Oh.
All right.
I think it's giving Jim Norton a nice, kind of vision of a lovely Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
Just what Jim wants. A couple of friends having a barbecue on the terrace out in Forest Hills or Regal Park. Where do you live, Bobo?
I live in Maspeth.
Oh, in Maspeth, even better.
Yeah. It's a wonderful place. It's a perfect place for Bobo.
Shooting locale.
Right. All right, Bobo, is this good? So now you won't bother us for a while? You won't tweet all day long and stay on the phone for hours?
Yeah, exactly. And anyway, you guys have to say.
All right.
If you ever tweet me about picking up the phone, I'll block you forever.
What?
You hear that? Oh, he's gone. Colin, thank you, man. We needed that.
Thanks, guys. That was a real shot in the arm, I think, for fans all over. That's great radio.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Yes, indeed. I am Sam Roberts from O&A and After Opie and Anthony Live, not Sam on Twitter. And this is the worst of the week countdown, highlighting the very best things that happened on the Opie and Anthony show this week. Still to come, James Cahn in studio. Michael Shannon from Boardwalk Empire, he was in studio. Stephen Merchant, the co-creator of The Office. All these guys in studio. Even the very first appearance, well, not the first appearance in history, but at least the first appearance since we used to fuck with his television show audience. Tony Danza in studio. So stay tuned for that. Before we get to any of it, Dennis Falcone. You know him. He's your old school radio pal. He debuted a new bit for us. He was inspired by Dickie Goodman. So Opie and Anthony decided to take the audience on a trip down memory lane to remind them exactly who Dickie Goodman was, and then listened as Dennis Falcone relived his memories with all of us.
Dickie Goodman there, Danny.
Oh, what happened?
He was funny.
He wasn't.
Stop it. Goodman and Buchanan back in the 50s was the first time around. Then you had Mr. Jaws back in the 70s.
Mr. Jaws was so bad.
And people would request those records all the time.
Why?
People request novelty records all the time.
Because they were bored.
People like a good novelty record.
And they do burn fast. They do burn fast. People love novelty records and they love depressing songs.
Mr. Jaws!
We are here on the beach where a giant shark has just eaten a girl swimmer.
A girl swimmer.
How was it? And what did she say when you grabbed her?
Please, mister, please.
I know sharks are stupid, but what did you think when you took that first bite?
How sweet it is.
Mr. Jaws, before you swim out to sea, have you anything else to say?
Why would he say that?
I don't know. Yeah.
With me now is the local Uncle Sheriff.
He ruined the
Sheriff Brody,
friendship.
The shark will be back for lunch. What do you intend to do?
That doesn't make sense.
No.
At least have it make sense.
Oceanographer Matt Hooper.
This was like a real thing,
if
right?
someone is
Yeah.
attacked
Like, this
by
was
a
funny.
shark, what should they do? We are going.
Why
aboard-
do the
Why
hustle?
pause?
Captain.
They
Why
should
would
be
they
like
do the
The
hustle?
answer should make sense.
Yeah, what should they do?
Do the hustle.
But you do the hustle, it's a stupid idea.
Yeah, he comes up with a unique concept that could work, but then the
You know what?
answers
And they
are
were all-
stupid.
They were all songs, contemporary songs.
Oh,
And
they
he didn't-
certainly
he didn't
were.
go back.
Well,
you
he
know,
should have.
Oh, so he
into the
would have needed a
archives.
contemporary song for the old.
So I guess that's why he,
Yeah.
Push play out.
That's so bad.
Will you be able to catch this giant shark?
All right, see, that makes sense.
Captain, when you catch one of these sharks, what do you feel like? Like a rhinestone.
Why?
Sighted the shark again. He's coming straight for us. Captain Quint is shouting something at him.
Could this guy sound more Jewish too? Captain Quint.
Hold on, pause it real quick.
A New York, yeah.
What happened to Dickie Goodman?
Oh, he shot himself, I believe.
Yes, oh, did he?
Yeah, he finally had it.
Didn't we do a bit of it?
Yes, we did.
We did a whole bit about like.
I knew what the answer was. I just wanted to hear it again.
This was just good, clean radio fun.
No,
yes, it is. You guys just have to dissect everything and just,
this stinks.
It was
everybody's
so
bubble. It was funny.
hokey, hacky, and
Right.
cheesy.
Yeah, people like hokey and hacky.
Yeah,
They do like that.
Then go throw the ball around with the ladies.
Oh boy,
They do like that.
We're
Yeah, they
men
do.
in here.
So what? Okay.
We're men.
People like
Oh,
that.
terrible.
The guy made a career out
Mr.
of that.
Jaws.
Exactly.
Can we get to the end of the song?
Back when. Yeah.
Uh-oh, here he comes again.
That was audio from his house.
Mr. Jaws, why doesn't anything seem to hurt you? He's coming right onto the boat. Mr. Jaws, why are you grabbing my hand?
But he's not a friend.
Mr. Jaws, that's not the way this record is
And he
supposed
can't
to
talk.
be. Help!
Oh my God.
Did he say, why are you holding my hand, taking my hand?
Yeah.
Why didn't he say, why did you bite my hand off?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Biting the
Dickie
hand
Goodman's
that
a
feeds you.
shithead.
Dickie Goodman.
He stunk.
Dickie Goodman, like we need a whole. Oh.
Again, you could say it's dated, but at the time, people thought that was funny.
Oh, they certainly did.
Kooky to hear that on the radio.
Like, oh, yes, they call him the streak.
Look at that boogie.
I actually
Yeah.
like fucking. I will not have Ray Stevens disparage on this program.
And he made like goofy songs, and then he'd be like,
Yeah.
I like guitars.
and then he'd have his real voicey
He had
song.
a nice version of Misty.
Did he?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I used to act out that Streak song and pretend I was singing because there was an audience laughing behind it. I thought he was a rock star.
Oh no!
Oh, I really did.
There was. They were laughing.
I thought I would picture myself.
Don't look at the. Oh God!
There were some parts I thought were really cool.
Hello, everyone. This is your Action News
Cool.
reporter with all the
Oh,
news and
Fezzi.
news across the nation on the scene at the supermarket. There seems
parts
to have been
did I
some
like?
disturbance here.
I
Pardon
like
me,
the
sir,
pace of
did you
this.
see what happened?
Yeah, I did.
I was standing over there by the tomatoes, and here he come, running through the pole beans, through the fruit.
Get her
and
done.
veggies, naked as a jaguar.
Get her done.
I said, "Don't look, Ethel!" And it's too late. She'd already been in the scenes.
Here comes.
Boogie dad, boogie dad.
Oh man!
Boogie dad.
Denny's laughing.
He ain't wearing no
What?
Well, yes, they call him the street.
Oh, it had that sound. That's funny right there.
Hang on 2 feet.
Yeah. By the way, kids, streaking was when you take your clothes off and run around. It's not too dated.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, yes, they call him the street.
Oh.
He likes to show off his physique.
There's music going. A little banjo. Backup vocals.
It's a fun record.
No.
This is your Action News reporter once again, and we're here at the gas station. Pardon me, sir. Did you see what happened?
Yeah, Dave. I was just in here
People
getting
laughing.
cars checked. He disappeared out of the traffic. Come streaking around the grease right there.
Oh.
Didn't have nothing on but a smile. I looked in there and Ethel was getting her a cold drink. I hollered, "Don't look, Ethel!" And it's too late. She'd already been mooned.
Whoa.
Flashed her right there in front of the shop. So
Some of the shock absorbers. All right, we get it. It just goes on and on and on. Enough of this fucking dribble. God,
I loved it.
I want to stick with the Dickie Goodman thing because it's going to lead to Denny's Dickie Goodman bit. But before that, I think we need to play one of Club Soda Kenny's. You're ripping off Club Soda Kenny, Denny. You realize that,
Oh, that's right. Club Soda Kenny did one.
Yeah, you piece of garbage.
Oh. You got Club Soda Kenny's, E-Rock? Thumbs up? All right. Club Soda Kenny did a much better job doing Dickie Goodman than Dickie Goodman himself.
Hi, it's me, Club Soda Kenny, here on the Gulf Coast with the oil spill. Hey, Mr. Oil Slick, are you killing a lot of fish? How are you going to fix this, Mr. Oil Spill? What will we need to do that? Do you like hurricanes, Mr. Oil Slick?
Do I what?
I said, do you like hurricanes?
Oh, baby, you know what I like.
Hey, there's some residents of the Gulf Coast. Excuse me, residents. What did you say when you saw the oil coming?
Oh my God.
What would you all be doing if there was no oil spill?
Surfing USA.
Speaking of that, there's a surfer out there right now. Hey, Mr. Surfer, how are you riding your board on the oil?
Riding dirty.
Oh my, Eric Nagel, what are you doing here?
Because of that.
Oh, God, there's no reason for that.
Oh, jeez. Back to you, Mr. Oil Slick. Why is this taking so long to fix?
Can't touch this.
Thanks, Mr. Oil Spill.
Oh, God.
Well, he was able to go through the decades.
You know what?
Yes.
What? Just as good as the Dickie Goodman Jaws
But
song.
Dickie Goodman kept it contemporary songs.
And I think we need to change it up now a little bit.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it's obvious to everyone that we need E-Rock Dickie Goodman songs.
Just complete E-Rock ones?
E-Rock Dickie Goodman
that
songs.
would be E-Rock Dickie Goodman songs.
Because I know E-Rock's sick of the E-Rock song, so we should change it up a little bit.
Oh, my God.
What do you think, guys?
Yes.
I'm only one person here.
I'm in.
You're
I'm 100% in.
Okay.
Other people work here too.
Well, the
Sal
too. I guess there's a few Sal songs we might be able to play, I guess.
Danny came to me, though, and said, number one, what he just said just now.
Two are in.
He believes that the true spirit of the bit is to do contemporary songs.
Okay.
And he just wants to keep it good, clean radio fun.
Okay, so we got Denny?
Yes. Yes, they asked me to help out in this project, and I said I'm all in.
Do you know what songs they used?
Yeah, I believe they do. I believe I do. They gave me some rap songs, some hip-hop songs.
Some hip-hop
Contemporary.
Some contemporary.
Urban.
So here's Denny doing a little Dickie Goodman. This is brand spanking new.
Hey everybody, it's your old school radio pal, DJ Dennis Falcone, and I'm at the Hip Hop Award Show after party, so that we can get a taste of what the urban experience is really like. Well, there's that rapper 2 Chainz. Hey, Mr. Chainz, what have you been up to?
I've been getting money, where the fuck you been?
Actually, I was DJing a bat mitzvah last week. Pretty nuts. Hey, speaking of nuts, that's a mighty big necklace you're wearing there.
Chain hang to my ding-a-ling. Chain hang to my ding-a-ling.
It sure does. How do you afford something like that?
Look at you, now look at us. All my niggas look rich as fuck.
Oh, my
All
God.
right, dude. Good talking to you. Hey, Trinidad James, you're looking a little hot. Should I have them turned up the AC?
Pop the molly, I'm sweating. Pop the molly, I'm sweating.
Oh, well, that must be it. Hey, look, it's the boss, Rick Ross. So, Ricky Rose, what is that you're holding?
Shopping bags, I'm a tourist, nigga.
Good to know. Thanks, Ricky. Love the beard. I see French Montana over there in the VIP. French, I've been meaning to ask you, as a country, where do you think we'll be after Obama decides what to do with Syria?
Nigga ain't worried about nothing. Nigga ain't worried about nothing. Nigga ain't worried about nothing.
Well, that's a healthy attitude. Hey, look who's over there in the corner. It's Lil Wayne. Wheezy F, baby. There have been some people around this party saying some fairly unkind things about you, sir.
I can give a fuck by no hate as long as my bitch love me.
Aw, Tunchi. I normally don't work blue, but you got a million of them. Whoa, Migos. I didn't see you there. Who makes that belt?
Versace, 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 Versace.
It's a nice one. Migos, I see you brought your iPad. What you watching there?
Hannah Montana, Hannah Montana, Hannah Montana, Hannah Montana.
Watch out. She may twerk at you. Ah, I'm just teasing. That about wraps up our coverage from the Hip Hop Award Show after party. I'm your old school radio pal, DJ Dennis Falcone, and I will see you on the ones and twos.
Wow. How do you think that would be received on Shade?
I was going to bring that down there. Maybe we could get that multi-platform.
Oh, we could do some cross-promotion with this little bit.
We should give that to Sway.
Yeah, that was a little edgy for what you usually do.
Good, clean radio
Well,
fun.
yeah, it's good. I'm good, clean radio fun, but the songs are.
Well, yeah, I
songs
heard
have
the
lyrics.
N-bomb being dropped quite often.
You all right that you're associated with the N-bomb now?
What's that?
You all right?
Yeah, hey, what are you going to do? You have to go with it, right? I don't say those words, but somebody else can.
You do have to go with it.
I don't think we'd be able to play that on Hits 1.
No.
On Hits 1.
On Hits 1.
On Hits 1.
What's your favorite song out of those?
What was my favorite? There was so many in there, by golly, I tell you. I like the Hannah Montana one. Hannah Montana.
Oh, yeah.
I like
By
that
golly.
one. Yeah, and the Versace.
Yeah.
Versace.
All right.
That was pretty good. But thank you again for bringing me in and having some fun here in the morning.
Of course.
The worst of the week countdown on the Opie and Anthony channel. Sirius XM. The download. The latest buzzworthy moments from Sirius XM.
Jack Johnson stopped by the Spectrum to take listeners through a track-by-track of his new #1 album. Hollywood legends Robin Williams and Whoopi Goldberg sat down live with a small group of subscribers in SiriusXM's latest town hall. And Metallica performed a private concert just for SiriusXM subscribers at Harlem's world-famous Apollo Theater.
SiriusXM. The download. You've heard them for years as regular guests of the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hey, it's me, Tom Papa. I've been told I'm a friend of the show.
Now, hear them do their own thing. Every weekend, we turn the channel over to friends of the show with featured episodes of their podcast and broadcasts. This week, Tom Papa's SiriusXM show, Come to Papa.
So listen to my show here on the Opie and Anthony channel, and then we'll be friends.
Friends of the show, starting today at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific, on the Opie and Anthony channel.
I am the new way to work, and I am not alone. More companies, from the startups to the large multi-location companies, are realizing that office solutions from Regis are tailor-made for their needs, whatever those needs may be. With Regis, they get to invest in their business instead of lobby art and phone systems. They get the local presence they need without the long-term lease. I am the new way to work, and I'd like you to join me. Start now and get 2 months free at regis.com/radio or call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
The marathon runners look exhausted as they start their final mile. Who will find that extra something to finish the race?
What should you think about when you need that extra motivational boost to finish the marathon? Is it character, family, achievement, prestige, honor?
To become clear on your deepest desires, do what elite athletes in Europe have done to win an Olympic gold medal and a world championship. Go to IAimToWin.com. Take the Reese Motivation Profile for sports and cross the finish line this year.
That's IAimToWin.com.
Hey, I know a lot of you out there who are married, have kids and a mortgage, and don't have life insurance. Bottom line, you think you can't afford it. Well, let me tell you about my buddy John, 43-year-old guy, pretty good shape except for a slight case of asthma. He talked to a couple of life insurance companies, but the quotes were out of sight. I told him to call Select Quote at 1-800-932-5400. Select Quote has this unique way of saving you money on life insurance. They comparison shop select highly rated term life insurance companies and give you a choice of your best rates. Select Quote matched John with a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $27 a month. Hey, don't assume you can't afford life insurance without checking Select Quote first. Quotes are free, so give them a call at 1-800-932-5400. That's 1-800-932-5400. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your premium could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Running a business without being incorporated is like walking a tightrope without a net. One little misstep could cost you your entire business, your personal assets, and even your life savings. But no matter how big or small your business is, you can quickly protect yourself and your family by incorporating or forming an LLC. Call LLC.com today, and we'll get you started by sending you our important free guide. 1-800-914-5727. At LLC.com, we don't offer legal or financial advice. We specialize in making incorporation simple, quick, and easy. In fact, we've been helping businesses do just that for over 100 years. Running a business without a safety net really is putting your whole future on the line. And your family's future. Find out how simple it is to protect your personal assets by incorporating. Request your free guide by calling 1-800-914-5727. This is information you really need to know. That number again is 1-800-914-5727. 1-800-914-5727.
Homeowners, are you struggling with your mortgage and worried about foreclosure? We're loan mitigation experts and can help you avoid foreclosure with a loan modification program. We work with all lenders nationwide. Call us now and one of our friendly counselors will tell you how we can help you stop your lender from foreclosing. There's no pressure or obligation. So call now and let us tell you how we can give you the help you need to save your home. Call 1-800-532-8099. That's 1-800-532-8099.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Rolling right along. I am Sam Roberts, and this is the worst of the week countdown here on the Opie and Anthony channel. So much to cover as we listen to all the great things that happened on this week's Opie and Anthony show. What happened? The NFL stopping games because of weather? Ridiculous. We'll get into it. Tony Danza in studio. James Cahn in studio. Michael Shannon from Boardwalk Empire. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to squeeze all that in a little bit. First, of course, the big fight between Kanye West and Jimmy Kimmel. That happened this week, only a few days ago, as a matter of fact. Ant was out, but Opie and Jimmy were there to cover it all for you, and they break down what an asshole Kanye West was. I had to defend him a little bit, but, well, listen to this.
Number 6.
Now, listen to the way he's talking to this guy who's actually giving him a nice interview.
Yeah, he's not.
He's just a cocksucker.
Yeah, he's not nervous that he's talking to Kanye. Kanye's trying to alpha male the fucking
But the guy's trying to be nice to him.
Yeah. Let's go.
On your own, with no support, with no backing. So when I say clean water was only served to the fairer skin, what I'm saying is we're making product with chitlins, T-shirts. That's the most we can make. T-shirts. We can have our best perspective on T-shirts. But if it's anything else, your Truman Show boat is hitting the wall. And what's more important to me about this than everything that I could do sonically and everything is, if I go somewhere and someone says, hey, we don't like Kanye West. You've heard that before, right? What people don't realize is I want to make uniforms for my high school basketball team through Brand Yeezy. I want to make that one step and then make another step and then eventually do uniforms for the entire city. Then I want those uniforms to be hot and make money and then I eventually want to be the anchor and the force behind $1 billion company.
Here's his problem. With the whole, the fucking clearer water was served to the fairer skin. Yeah, I guess because black people can't get any, black rappers have no opportunity whatsoever.
Right.
Like when this fucking twat went on to Rolling Stone with the fucking crown of thorns, like he's perfect.
Right.
You fucking faggot, shut up.
So don't let white people buy your shit then.
Exactly.
That's how you can get back at it.
Don't let white
You're
people buy
such
your
a brilliant artist that, make sure the white people cannot take pleasure in your greatness.
Or make the uniforms yourself. Buy the uniform. You think Picasso ran around going, how come the corporation doesn't like me?
Right.
Do it yourself. You got the money. Just do your art. You don't need the corporate world to back you if your art is great. You don't need that. You've already got them backing you financially with your music. What are you doing?
That white bullshit.
Ugh.
White people made him extremely famous. So make sure they don't buy your shit.
Or maybe the other stuff's just not as good. Like, maybe his other stuff, like, musically, he is a brilliant guy. Maybe the other stuff just isn't as good.
So what is he trying to say? The man's keeping him down because he's so brilliant they're scared of him?
Oh, embarrassing.
Isn't that how people start their own shit? Like Steve Jobs is a perfect example.
I think
he saw the world was missing something and said, fuck everybody, I'm going to do my own thing.
Right.
So why doesn't he do that?
I think he's saying that because people don't want to deal with him or they don't like him as a person,
all right,
corporations won't.
I heard Steve Jobs wasn't a pleasant individual, so start your own shit. That's how it works.
All he's doing, too, is showing me why nobody wants to sit with him.
Right.
He's, again, to be that should tell you what a jerk-off you are. To be that great of a performer or that great of a musician. And he really, I'd love to say he stinks, but he's great. And still people hate your guts? I mean, how many great fucking performers are there that people hate as much as this guy? Kardashian's not a performer. How many performers do you know? Rappers, musicians, anything. There are athletes that get that.
Right.
But that's a team loyalty thing, too. But I'm talking about musicians, where there's not a loyalty with musicians. How many musicians do you know that people really hate this much?
I can't think of one off the top of my head, even.
Yeah, but I also can't think of musicians that go out of their way to actually say what they're thinking.
Yeah, maybe that's why they don't. But just the fact that he's saying what he's thinking. He's not saying anything that's threatening to my way of thinking. Or I hate him because he seems like a fucking spoiled baby boy twat. Not because, whoa, this guy's got radical. I like Farrakhan. And he doesn't say things I agree with.
Right.
So it's not that his view is so threatening or so radical. Or, whoa, this guy's telling it like it is. At all. It is simply that he's such a fucking narcissistic jizzbag. Like when he's yelling and screaming at the MTV Awards how he didn't get the award. It's like, that's a lot of the clips you see. He's just a baby.
Right.
That's why I don't like him. It's not that he's saying unpopular things or hard things to swallow.
Well, he's kind of playing it both ways.
And
why does he give a... I mean, if this is his personality, why would he even give a fuck about MTV and the awards in general?
I think he wants people to look at him the way he looks at himself.
Well, they will eventually.
As like this next level artist.
We all want that.
Yeah,
right.
Of course.
And that's what I mean.
Just
like,
keep creating, and maybe eventually they'll see it your way. But you can't fucking force people to see it your way.
I think every creative person has a lot of moments of irrational narcissism like this.
Absolutely.
And he's the only person I've ever seen actually be vocal about it in public. But I respect that.
No, because I know what you're saying.
You know?
But that's not that's not a moment of honesty. Like when it's almost like if you see a fat girl walking by and you just blurt out like, "Hey, look at this fat fucking girl." That you're not being honest, you're being a jerk off. And we all have these little things.
Sorry.
But when you say stuff like that, you just come off as an asshole. That's not like, wow, this guy's just letting it all hang out.
Right.
And if that's what it is, then he's a jerk off.
Yeah, I think he is an asshole.
Yeah.
But he's one of the only people I can think of that doesn't mind showing people that he is an asshole.
But he does mind the results. See, it does bother him that he's not getting what he wants, and he'll say, well, that's why I'm behaving this way. Well, maybe that's not why you're not getting what you want.
I think he's bothered that his assholeness affects the way people perceive his art and the products that he puts out.
Too fucking bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Too bad.
He doesn't need corporations, obviously.
Or stop doing interviews.
So stop worrying about them not giving you the deals you want.
Yeah, stop
Do
talking.
it yourself.
Let your art speak for itself.
Do it your fucking self. Plenty of entrepreneurs out there did it themselves. They didn't need the corporate world. They fucking cut out their own fucking niche.
Yeah. And your art should speak for itself. If that's what it is, if he knows that his jerk-offness is stopping people from appreciating his art, then just either shut the fuck up or stop voicing every little baby boy thing you didn't think you got that you deserved.
Right.
Or C, keep being as brutally honest as you want and then accept the fact that people are like, kind of fuck you. You're a douche.
All right, let's keep playing this.
That $1 billion step, then I can go in and say, hey, I've got an opinion on this. And that could be a $10 billion step. And I eventually want to be the anchor of the first $1 trillion company. But when you sit and you have a meeting with a company and show them the most innovative take on theater, because you thought of it one night while you're sitting on top of Watch the Throne set, which you designed with Ez Devlin. And I designed the set with Ez Devlin, and I thought of, okay, surround vision. It should be a screen above you, below you, to the left or right of you, and in front of you also. Then I paid my own money that I get paid for doing Gold Digger, which I never really liked that song, but I always knew I would get paid for doing Gold Digger. Then I shoot a film in Qatar with 3 camera crews, with Nate Brown, Virgil, Matt Williams, Nabil, all of these crew, all of the people that every video that pops up every other day on Hypebeast, that's my crew, right? So we go out and shoot that. 3 camera crews over 5 days, edit it over 30 days, show it in show it in Cannes the night before Amphar on the beach, build it in a pyramid with Rem Koolhaas's agency, design the entire thing, put editors in it, blah, blah, blah. People give a standing ovation. I do an interview in New York Times the next year to say, hey, I did this, and I want to let you know I did it, right? Yep. And then It doesn't get mentioned in the interview. And a week later, they do an interview with George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, and they're talking about what the next frontier of theater will be and how it'll be higher priced tickets, and it will be something that's
Did he actually do this
you
thing,
and blah, blah,
Sam?
blah, but maybe
Probably did.
Yeah, I believe him.
All right.
He's a creative guy. I mean, I like him. I would say what I respect about him is he does not just sit on his ass and ride the last thing. Like, he's always trying to do something different.
Not only does he
he's
not
a
ride,
lazy guy.
He does. Not only does he not ride the last thing, but he takes for real risks when he puts stuff out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he has ridiculously popular albums, and then he will put out another album that sounds nothing like it.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, Axl Rose, thank you. I knew there was one.
Oh yeah, Axl. Right. Great
He's
example.
universally hated.
Yeah, but
Axl didn't continue to reinvent himself, and Axl was not this guy.
And Axl's a nut too, I think. I mean,
Axl's talented, but it's hard to say
He officially never went away in his own head.
Right, but he never did anything new either. He did the one thing, and that was it.
Yeah, but then he was like, I'll take my fucking time, and I'll get back to you guys.
Right, and then what happened?
Yeah, well, he blew it.
Right.
And I think he's kind of understanding that finally. But he thought the world was willing to wait 10, 12 years, whatever the fuck it was.
Whereas Kanye is just like, I want to keep putting stuff out, putting stuff out, putting stuff out.
And if this pyramid 3D fucking four-sided, whatever the fuck he's saying thing was so special, why weren't people talking about it? Why does he have to wait for it to be brought up in interviews and elsewhere?
I think he's
especially in this world of social media. Wouldn't it just be the buzz?
I don't know. I think he's
and
saying
maybe people that really know that shit. Sorry, Sam.
That's okay.
Realized that it was a creative idea, but it was ridiculous because it was overly expensive to pull off.
True. Maybe he doesn't understand the business, and maybe again,
he's
I
talking
don't
about
even know
30
if it's
editors.
true.
I think he said, right?
Yeah, and 30,
that would be very expensive.
But maybe he's in his mind. It would probably appear that people need to hear this thing from somebody like Spielberg because they won't take him seriously.
Well, I mean,
I do agree that some of the go-to guys are a bit on the old side now too, like like a Lucas and Spielberg. Maybe there are people, whether it's Kanye West or somebody else, coming up in the business that really has much better ideas than Lucas and Spielberg. But they don't have the credibility, so they kind of get pushed aside.
Like, what does this rapper know about?
Maybe I'm not. Yeah, maybe Kanye, maybe others. There's probably others out there. We don't even know their names because I agree with that point a little bit that the mainstream media always goes to the go-to guys. Then maybe those guys, their time has sort of passed them by at this point.
Sure.
He also, all you need to know about Kanye is that Bonnaroo experience when he got booed because this dummy wanted to go on after Pearl Jam. Instead of taking the other stage, the main stage, the other smaller stage they gave him, but it was a great time spot. He probably would have been very well received. But then he sets up his video equipment. He goes on. It's getting like the narcissism of this idiot. Like, that's all you need to know about this guy. Like, there's zero self-awareness. So that's why people don't like you. So just accept it.
Right. Let's keep going.
And maybe that's a brilliant idea. I don't know. Maybe his thing is a great idea.
He is obviously a narcissist. There's no argument there.
Yeah, it's hard to like that.
But anyone in entertainment has a little bit of that going on.
Exactly. I think there's a lot more narcissists like this that exist that don't do this in front of TV cameras.
But like I said, this is not being honest. This is being a baby boy and throwing a tantrum.
Maybe he's a baby boy. But you know a lot of baby boys in entertainment.
I do, but I don't know.
Are you defending Kanye West?
I will always defend Kanye West.
I don't know that many baby boys
off his dick
that are so unaware of how bad they sound, or cry about the ramifications of being like. It's like then don't keep kicking and screaming and then cry because people don't like you because you're kicking and screaming.
He should never went back to the award show.
Yeah, maybe
start there.
Or maybe
you don't need MTV. You look like an idiot.
Go back to the award show only. I mean, did you see what he did on
Be the guy that's too cool for MTV and their award shows and never show up again. That I would respect that.
Yeah, but he's also got to promote. I mean, there's commercialism.
He's so great, it sounds like he doesn't.
But there's a commercialism to art too. You have to.
Of course,
you have to promote your shit.
That's the problem here, and he doesn't like how they're
the balance.
Him. Hit play.
I said, wait a second. I just only did the interview to tell people that I invented it. I made it. Like I remember when I was dropping William Morris, right? And then Sarah Newkirk at that time said, before you drop them, go meet with Ari Emanuel. And I sat with him and said, Ari, I'm an inventor. And he goes on to tell me about the way it works. And what he said is, you are a celebrity. So basically what's going to happen is there's product here. And this is where you end up right here. If you can communicate this product, you can make money off the product. Because look at Gaga. She's the creative director of Polaroid. I like some of the Gaga songs. What the fuck does she know about cameras? So it becomes all of this thing where all of the musicians try to get more money by promoting other products, right? So they'll say, hey, you know what? I've got this water, and we've got this red version. We've got a red bottle, and we got a David Beckham version here. Then we got a blue version. So my opinion is no more than the patina on top of it. When I understand,
all right, I'm done with him.
I'm bored with him. He's boring.
I just tapped out
because a boring guy.
It's not well thought out what he's trying to say. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
It's not well thought out.
No,
what are you talking about?
I think he's just letting his brain spew.
All right, we're going to tap out here because there's another 8 minutes. I heard enough.
There's another 55 minutes of the whole thing.
Right, but the quote that's got everyone talking is that he said he's the biggest rock star on the planet.
Yes.
He's calling himself that. No one else is.
And David Beckham, by the way, for advertising stuff, is the guy they like. They like guys like that. They like guys that's what advertising. You know, I've never cried that I didn't get a commercial. Because I'm not right for commercials, because people, I'm a dirtbag, and I know, who the fuck wants me associated with their that's probably part of it, too. David Beckham is a guy who's palatable, and they like, that's how it is with commercials.
But he's not saying he wants commercials,
No,
he's saying he wants to make the products.
But again, people don't want to be
products.
exactly, make them or don't cry why people don't want to be in business with you.
Right.
Look, listen to it. Who the fuck wants to deal with this guy?
You're so great, you don't need to be in business with anyone.
Right.
I'm going to say it over and over again. You can't have it both ways.
Oh, fuck him.
So that led to what? Jimmy Kimmel doing a little bit?
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel, he did this, which was an excerpt from the interview. We didn't hear this exact excerpt, but this is what it is. But he did it with children.
Right.
Because, you know.
That's funny.
Kanye's yelling like a child.
Kimmel's doing some good things on TV, man.
It's so great that he's fucking smashing him.
If I see something, if I see opportunity, I'm gonna go for it. You know what I'm saying? We're all gonna die one day.
He's got a glass of chocolate milk.
I reached the point in my life where my true showboat has hit the painting. I'm not trying to regurgitate myself. I'm a proud person. Not just clothing, but water bottle design, architecture, everything you can think about. Brought the leather Jordan pants 6 years ago to Fendi, and they said no. How many have you done seen with leather Jordan pants? Where's the culture at? Where is the culture at? Yeah, so? We culture. Rap is new rock and roll. We're the rock stars, and I'm the biggest of all of them.
Jesus. Good
like
bit.
A little kid, that's great.
And he did later in the interview talk about coming to Fendi with leather jogging pants years ago. And then, you know, now they actually are a big thing now.
But he was the one that came up with that?
That's what he says.
So he got ripped off.
Who?
Oh, he's one of those guys. So then what happened? So then
Kanye goes nuts on Twitter.
Right. That was yesterday.
Of course Baby Boy went nuts.
Yesterday, like, afternoon. And starts tweeting a ton of shit to Jimmy Kimmel.
Saying Sarah Silverman's funnier.
Yeah.
What else?
I think you got it in front of you, but I can look him up, too.
Well, Kimmel... Oh, I got it in front here?
Yeah, I think you got it typed out.
Okay.
But then also, Kimmel read a bunch of them.
Does an interview like that, and then cries that people make fun of him. What a douchebag.
All right, so Kimmel wasted no time in addressing Kanye West's angry Twitter tirade. We got that clip in a second here. He read some of... Okay, we could just play the Kimmel thing, because he reads the tweets. So this was last night on Kimmel, right?
Yeah, so he tweets him all afternoon yesterday.
Right.
And then apparently he called Jimmy Kimmel right before the show, too.
Really?
And Jimmy Kimmel references that.
Really? Okay.
Kanye West called me about an hour and a half ago in my office, and he's very angry because of a bit we aired this week. He gave an interview to the BBC, and we had a kid actor take the words and reenact it. We just had the kids say the stuff Kanye said. And apparently this upset him. He called me. He said a lot of things. He told me I had two choices. Number one, apologize publicly. And that was really the only choice.
By the way, Kanye,
this is going to be a good one, man.
Kanye is going to get his fucking ass handed to him.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
He's going to lose this one in a humiliating way.
He's in way over his head. Way over his head. He's just going to make a live audience laugh at you every night. Every night. Yeah, and Jimmy Kimmel's the type of guy, he's not going to let this go. Kanye's going to get destroyed on this one. Kimmel's got balls.
Yeah.
He's got the balls.
I mean, it'll last, and then...
Yeah, but where's the end?
I mean, and then Kanye will put something new out, and everybody will be like, okay, actually, that's good, too.
Really the only choice. The other choice he gave was that my life, your life, he said, is going to be much better if you apologize. So, and then he started tweeting today, and I don't know if I've even seen some of these because they're happening as we speak. Let's say Kanye West is out of line Jimmy Kimmel is out of line to try and spoof in any way the first piece of honest media in years. Okay. All right. What else do we have? Jimmy Kimmel, I don't take it as a joke. You don't have scumbags hopping over fences trying to take pictures of your daughter. I don't even know what that refers to. Okay. What else do we have here? Jimmy Kimmel, put yourself in my shoes. Oh, no, that means you would have gotten too much good in your life.
Pussy in your life.
I've seen the video, I know.
Wow.
Yeah, keep going, stupid Kanye.
You're not going to beat a comic.
Keep going.
Not like Jimmy Kimmel.
Keep going.
Well, comedian,
dummy.
whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not a stand-up guy, but he's a comedian, and he's gonna get destroyed.
He is going to get his fucking dick kicked in this. First of all,
and Kanye's ego will not allow him to fucking back out. This is gonna be really good. This is gonna go on for a while.
Look at his baby boy capital letter tweets.
Wow.
Oh, his angry baby boy tweets. Yuck. That was fucking... It's like, do you understand there's a live studio audience just laughing at you, and the whole country is laughing with them at you.
And then everyone's going to pick up on the clips. I'm sure Kanye has a much bigger fan base, but wow, this is not good.
This is years and years ago. A writer, I think Walter Winchell, was a very powerful writer, and he went after, I think it was Jack Parr on The Tonight Show, and they had a back and forth. And Winchell was a powerful guy, and Parr destroyed him. And because you can't compete with a guy who's being funny in front of a live audience every night.
Right.
He can do bits about you, and everyone sees it. And like you said, they pick it up.
Right.
You cannot win.
And in Kimmel's world, this is great for ratings, so he's not going to fucking drop this.
I mean, you talk about Kanye having a bigger audience. He's got almost 10 million Twitter followers, most of whom had no idea that Jimmy Kimmel did this bit. Nobody was talking about this bit.
So now they're tuning in Jimmy Kimmel. It's great for him.
Can we hear that one line again? That last line was just wonderful.
That was a punch to the gut.
Just addressing each tweet.
Yeah, and then we got more. Hold on, let me see. Why is this not working? Come on.
Wow, that was a fucking good one.
It really was a good one.
I know. I've seen the video. Now tweet more capital letter stuff about that.
Right.
Baby boy, deal with that. Oof.
Well, I'll just pick it up from, I don't know, somewhere in here.
Hopping over fences, trying to take pictures of your daughter. I don't even know what that refers to. Okay, what else do we have here? Jimmy Kimmel, put yourself in my shoes. Oh, no, that means you would have gotten too much good in your life. I've seen the video, I know.
Wow. And then it continues. We got a new clip here.
You can't put yourself in my shoes. Your face looks crazy. Is that funny? Or if I had a kid say it, would it be funny? It might. I'd be more than happy to give it a shot if you'd like. What else do we have here? Should I do a spoof about your face? Are you effing Ben Affleck? Which, by the way, was a spoof. I don't know if you thought that was the news, but hashtag no disrespect to Ben Affleck. Hashtag all disrespect to Jimmy Kimmel. A lot of hash in those tags. Are there more of them? Oh, yeah, there are some more. Okay. I like you. You know me. I went to your family's wedding. He did come to my friend's wedding. And he was very nice at the wedding. What else do we have? Who you made it clear to me wasn't your family when I was on the phone with you 5 minutes ago. You manipulative medium. Yeah, it's my friend. It's not my friend. What else do we have here? Sarah Silverman is 1,000 times funnier than you, and the whole world knows it.
On Twitter, he responded to that by saying, yeah, I know, right? Hashtag Wreck-It Ralph.
Yeah.
Because I guess she was in Wreck-It Ralph.
Yeah, I think she was one of the characters in that. Not a great movie.
That was a smashing... And people, and by the way, Kanye thinks people are laughing at his tweets. They're laughing at him.
Of course.
They're laughing at him.
Of course. And then this.
So, by the way, he told me on the phone, and I swear to God this is true, he said, I am the most powerful voice in media. I am Pac. He said, I am Pac a few times to me.
Wow. All right.
He said, you will never be able to show your face at a 14-year-old's high school football game and be cool again. He really is Pac. I mean, that is right out of that's right out of the Tupac playbook, isn't it? So, I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't know why he's angry. Again, the bit was pretty, I thought, innocuous, but finally I'm in a rap feud. I always wanted to be in a rap feud. Are you on my back?
I'll watch your back.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Right now we're at Def Kanye 5, so we will keep an eye. Are there any new ones? Or we'll keep an eye during the show to see if he's got some new ones. Thanks, Kanye. Appreciate it.
Yeah, this is all good for Jimmy Kimmel.
What a dope Kanye West.
All good for Jimmy Kimmel.
Only good news.
Kanye makes one dumb decision after another with his big mouth.
Well, he can't help himself.
Yeah.
You know, that's what it is.
The capital letters are the best. The angry, like, you know how dumb that looks? Like, you're so angry, and then people just... How does it feel to type these angry ones that you think you're going to be... And you're just being mocked and laughed at?
The worst of the week countdown on the Opie and Anthony channel. The late-night radio legend, Art Bell, returns to the airwaves.
Great to have you back. Here I am on Sirius XM. I have interests that lie in other areas. Science, paranormal, our very existence.
We have about 1 billion Earth-like planets in our own backyard.
Art Bell's Dark Matter.
Really interesting stuff.
Weeknights, 10 p.m. East, 7 West on Indy Sirius XM 104 or listen on the Sirius XM app.
This is going to be fun.
I am the new way to work, and I am not alone. More companies, from the startups to the large multi-location companies, are realizing that office solutions from Regis are tailor-made for their needs, whatever those needs may be. With Regis, they get to invest in their business instead of lobby art and phone systems. They get the local presence they need without the long-term lease. I am the new way to work, and I'd like you to join me. Start now and get 2 months free at regis.com/radio or call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
From the producer of Pumping Iron and narrator Mickey Rourke comes a gripping story about the world's most controversial sport.
We're the meatheads. We're the idiots. We're able to do something that 99% of the people on the earth can do.
Myself as a bodybuilder should be someone constantly striving to be 1% better every day.
The Village Voice gives it 4 stars. The LA Times calls Generation Iron compelling and energetic.
People don't respect it. Oh, I can do that with steroids. You couldn't do what I do.
Generation Iron, now playing. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13.
You never thought it would get to this. You're an addict, and your life is spiraling out of control. Call the Addiction Help Hotline. One free call can be the first step to getting your life back on track. The Addiction Help Hotline will match you with the right facility for your treatment in our network of top-rated facilities nationwide. We'll help you select the facility type, the location, the treatment type, the affordability, and the length of stay. If you need urgent help, fast-track admissions are available. Whether it's insurance, credit card, family help, or self-pay cash, the Addiction Help Hotline has an answer to help you. The Addiction Help Hotline is discreet with our confidential and secure matching system. Stop being afraid. End the addiction. Help is just one free phone call away. Call the Addiction Help Hotline. We're standing by now to help you get your life back. The call is free. Call now. Call the Addiction Help Hotline at 800-430-7410. End the addiction. Call 800-430-7410. 800-430-7410.
Attention. Rosetta Stone invites you to be a part of its biggest language learning event in history. Because this year, we want to help 3 million people learn a new language. That's why we're going to give you an absolutely free demo of our language immersion technology. Call 1-800-440-1135. Developed to fully immerse you in your new language, the Rosetta Stone solution is easier than ever before. For your free demo, call 1-800-440-1135. 1-800-440-1135.
If the IRS has turned your life upside down, Ameristar Tax Centers has a free, no-obligation consultation just for you. With proven experience, our former IRS agents are licensed to contact the IRS immediately for you, stop the collection activity, and get you instant help to relieve you from this burden. We guarantee not to charge you a penny unless we can help.
Call 1-800-719-8132. That number again is 1-800-719-8132.
You're an addict. Life is out of control. Call the Addiction Help Hotline now. The Addiction Help Hotline will match you with the right facility for your treatment in our network of top-rated facilities nationwide. Whether it's insurance, credit cards, family help, or self-pay cash, the Addiction Help Hotline has an answer to help you end the addiction. The call is free. Call the Addiction Help Hotline at 800-430-7410. End the addiction. Call 800-430-7410. 800-430-7410.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
It's the worst of the week countdown where we highlight the great things that happened on this week's Opie and Anthony show. I know what you're thinking. That's ironic. Why would you call it the worst? Because that's how we are. Different, ironic, fun. It's wonderful. Still to come, James Cahn, the legend, in studio. Stephen Merchant in studio. Jim Florentine, guess where? Yep, in studio. I wanted to, you know how much we love a saga here on the Opie and Anthony show. If you don't, then this is probably the first time you're listening to it, and I don't know why you would start listening to a show on the weekend, but more power to you. The big saga this week was the Jim Norton needs a photo with Metallica. Last weekend, Metallica played a concert exclusively for SiriusXM listeners at the Apollo Theater. They did a meet and greet. Apollo Theater seats like 1,300 people, so it was an amazing thing. They did a meet and greet before the show that Jim got to go to. However, you know how Jim is with celebrity photos? Only 3 members of Metallica showed up. James Hetfield was not at the meet and greet. So after Norton got a photo with the members of Metallica, aside from Hetfield, he became obsessed with getting a group shot of the band with the band. So we start this way. Metallica was in the building. Howard Stern was interviewing them. Tony Danza stops by. Now, we've had a history with Tony Danza. We've made fun of him many, many times on the show, especially when he had his talk show. So Tony Danza stopped by, and Jim left in the middle of the interview because he had to get his photo with Metallica. Listen and see if you could tell in this interview that Jim is completely preoccupied with what is to come.
Number 5.
There he is. In my left eye.
What's happening, guys?
Tony. What's up, Tony?
How you doing? Good? I'm great.
All right. What's going on with you, Tony?
Hey,
how are you, brother?
Terrific.
All right.
That's Sam, young Sam Roberts. Take a seat, pull up a mic, and
looking like $1 million bucks,
out.
Tony.
Of course.
I feel good.
Like $1 million fucking bucks.
Musical, guys.
You look great.
You're in a musical.
We're on.
What are you doing?
I'm in a fucking I'm doing a musical called Honeymoon in Vegas.
Really?
I remember the picture?
Yeah.
With Nick Cage and Sarah Jessica Parker and Jimmy Cahn. I'm playing a Jimmy Cahn part, and Jason Robert Brown wrote a score for this thing. It's great, and we're doing it at the Paper Mill Playhouse in New Jersey. Thursday night's the first preview, and then open October 6th. Broadway Bound is
that's what you're going for, right?
The hope.
How much have you done stage acting? A lot of it over the years, or has it been more film?
No, I played Max Bialystock on Broadway. I played the producers. I played the heavy-set Jewish guy. I mean, who says I got no range? Come on, give me a break. No, but I did Iceman Comet. I did A View from the Bridge. So I've had a little bit of experience. But this is the first time that I'm going to originated part, be on a cast album.
Oh, right, cast album now. You're not coming into
the other day. Where did I see you? You were great.
Jimmy.
Oh, thank you.
You were funny.
Thank you.
Backstage in Metallica. You seen it?
That was.
How about Metallica was there last night?
By the way, if I run out the door, I apologize. I'm obsessed with a Metallica photo, and they're being interviewed down. So if I run through that's what's that.
Yeah. He needs to get this picture done.
You were being interviewed. I can't remember what the hell show it was. I caught you.
Oh man,
Leno?
No, it wasn't Leno.
A lot of Leno.
What the hell was it?
Could be on.
You must know. You know what I mean?
I don't know even.
I don't know. That happens to me too. Especially when I drink.
Was it local?
I don't know what I did recently.
He doesn't know.
So now, are you a song and dance man in this?
Well, yeah. So I got 5 songs. I dance. I got. There's only one time in the show when there's only one guy on the stage
and
singing
it's
and dancing, and hey, you know who's in it?
Man.
Rob McClure's in it. The kid that the actor, I call him a kid because he is a kid, but the actor that got the Tony nomination for Chaplin. The kid's really something.
Oh wow,
he's really something. He plays Jack. Bryn O'Malley from Annie and Avenue Q plays Betsy. And I mean, the show is just loaded with people, and you know, my barometer is that the ensemble, those people that are in shows and they can do 8 parts and they do everything, and it's amazing. You know, you feel like you're hanging up by your fingernails because the choreographer goes, "Here's the step," boom, they do it. The music director says, "Here's the harmony," boom, they do it, and you're like, "Wait a minute, hold on a second." And so these people that you know are like grizzled veterans, young grizzled veterans, are very excited about the material.
Yeah,
a lot of great songs. This guy wrote a great score. You know, it's like a straight play is a team effort, but a musical, there's so much going on. Even the backstage choreography is crazy. The quick changes, the plays you got to run to here, you got to be over there, you got to make an entrance. When I did the producers, forget it, that was the most fun. And it's everybody has to pull together. It's one of the great and you sing and dance. How's that for a job?
Tony,
what did you do yesterday? I sang and danced.
You should do the Spider-Man play because I remember seeing you in your Spider-Man costume back during your TV show.
Don't remind me. You know what Bobby Darin said at the Copa when somebody yelled out, "Splish Splash"? He went, "You're going back further than I care to remember."
Taxi's one of the greatest shows ever.
You know, I tell you something.
It's one of the great, and you could still watch it.
Let me tell you what happened.
Hell yeah.
Watchability.
So my son has a son, my grandson, right? His name's Nick. He's got 2, but his name's Nick. And he's just about to turn 8 when I was out there. And when Mark was just about to turn 8, my son, he did 2 episodes of Taxi. He's got big shows. He plays a kid in a wheelchair, and he plays another time to his kid that I adopt.
Oh, and then he chooses to go with the other guy.
Right.
Yes.
But the one in a wheelchair, he writes a letter. He's a crippled kid in a hospital. He's having operations. He writes to a fighter. Ando Muniz played it, the great fighter, and he comes out of retirement. This guy comes out of retirement to fight for this kid. And who does he choose to fight? Tony Panther. And the only time Tony Panther wins a fight is when he beats this kid.
Beats the guy that was.
And Louis says, you know, breaking the heart of ruining the comeback chances of America's greatest champion and breaking the heart of a little crippled kid all in one day. I bet you're excited. So the kid, one of my favorite lines with my son, he was so great. I'm not kidding. He never acted. He just did it. And he's 7. You know, he's like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And they were like, Taxi was tough. You missed a joke. You got to get it. You know, there's no fooling around. He had a great line. He said, "You beat my fighter. You know how hard it is to get a fighter to come to the hospital? We keep getting singers." Yeah. So I showed my grandson his father. I brought the discs, and I brought all of them, and I showed him the episodes.
That's cool.
And he gets... First of all, watching your grandson watch your son, it was a lot.
That is
heavy.
really
too much.
strange. Yeah.
But anyway,
Jim Norton got up, then Florentine got up, and then Sam took off, I guess, to record the tragedy.
Right.
I hope he gets it, but there's part of me that hopes he didn't get it.
We all are hoping he didn't get it.
Yeah, okay, I'll be honest.
That's a solid hour of radio tomorrow.
He didn't get it, and I'm hoping it's for a reason.
Yeah.
That. Uh-oh.
Oh, Sam, what?
Sam walked in wincing.
Nothing's happened yet. They're still in there.
Right.
It's looking not
100% right now.
Why? What
Why?
happened?
Why? You gotta tell us what's going on.
Various people.
You guys all blew off Tony Danza. I think
Poor
he's
Tony
insulted.
Danza.
We were talking about
Half
that
the
in
room
hall.
left.
Oh my God!
What happened?
He's talking to various people in management.
Right.
But a lot of people have come up to him and saying, "We're gonna try. I just don't want to be the bad guy if." And we got a lot of people coming out all at once. I don't know if they're gonna be together. And
when are they coming out? Any minute?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Do
check.
you understand how impossible
Is Jimmy,
it's going to be?
hold on, before Sam runs away. Is Jimmy really pissed?
Yeah, he's really tense. We're a little bit spaced away from him because I'm trying to get an angle in case there's anything to preserve.
No, it's because you don't want to be around the energy that's happening right now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
Oh my God!
Is he spiraling out of control?
I'm gonna go find out.
Is it a spiral?
Oh yeah,
It's a spiral.
It's just getting worse and worse.
It's
and
ramping
feeding
up,
itself.
spiraling down.
Yeah.
I will assume that. Well, all right. Sam will have an update on the after show. I think this is gonna be a good after show.
Was that Eric Bana that was here?
I don't think so.
It looked like him.
E-Rock?
I could have sworn I saw him.
We did the meatball thing already.
Yeah.
Bruce Banner.
Did you get an update?
Banner,
No,
whatever his name
there's
is.
a whole, like Sam was saying, he was running back. There's a whole crowd waiting around Howard's door there because they got all their equipment and everything. Ain't gonna happen.
Dude, do you know what it would be like to get those
Oh,
four
my
guys?
God.
They don't travel around in a gaggle, the whole band together, unless they're doing something. So one will leave, one will go to the bathroom. Do you think they're going to be able to get all four of them together
Jimmy
in front
will.
of that thing?
Jimmy will start
to take
working
a picture
it.
with Jimmy? It ain't going to happen.
All right, Lars, you stay here. We'll wait for James.
Do you think they'll wait?
I've seen him try to do it.
No.
Try to line
This-
up like a class trip.
Yes.
Yeah, this ain't going to happen.
Oh, my God.
Poor Jimmy.
Yeah, there's
It's
too
going to be
many
great
people
for either
down
the
there.
after show or our show tomorrow or both.
Oh, poor
He will
Jimmy.
lose his mind.
Poor Jimmy.
He has it in his little heart that he's
Didn't
getting
get his
this
book
done.
signed.
Oh, Tony Danza, I got to leave.
You didn't ask him about the bulbs in the Spider-Man
I
we
brought it up.
We were going there.
I brought it up. He just didn't want to. He's like,
We were going there. I know exactly what Ann was doing. He was he was
I was
feeling the
feeling it
water.
out.
He put his toe in
With
the
a
water.
little joke. I
Yeah.
felt it out with a joke, and he was like,
and then he went on. He moved on fast.
Yeah. He did.
I was ready to say that you were sporting some good heat.
You think he's aware?
Some good heat. Yeah.
I was ready, but then he moved on really
He
fast
did, he
he put his toe in, and I'm like, all right, I'll dive in. Fuck
Yeah.
it.
Do you think he's aware? That
Of course he is. That
Oh,
picture
his
made it everywhere.
picture's
Oh, about
everywhere.
us?
about us
And how brutal we
and the
were?
lines.
Oh, I don't think so. I told him about how we would goof on a show a little bit, but I didn't talk about.
I
the
thought that
lines.
was brave.
I figured, what the
That
fuck?
was kind of brave.
You know,
that we goofed on him.
He seems like he's got a sense of humor. A little bit.
I liked him. I hope he comes back.
I know. I like Tony Danza. He looks great too.
Mm-hmm.
He was all gussied up. Got a full head of hair on him.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look too old. Yeah.
What were you saying about Jimmy? Before you interrupted, and then I interrupted.
I said I think Jimmy's going to be very disappointed. No, he's just not going to get all of them together. It can't happen. It can't. If they were all in one place, maybe. If they were all milling about in the lobby area, he might be able to. But if they're coming out one at a time to leave, do you think Jimmy's going to go, could you wait here while the rest of the guys from he'd be like, no, I'm going, who are you?
You left Metallica a little early. As soon as the show was over, Jimmy absolutely enjoyed himself. We all enjoyed ourselves, obviously. As soon as we left the venue, he started talking about Monday and the group picture.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't even let the I don't know, the feelings that he got from the concert. Like,
they instantly turned
He instantly
negative.
he instantly turned that amazing experience off, and he was already on to, okay, so Monday, all right, I got, and was going through his whole fucking plan with us.
All weekend long, he must have been thinking about Monday.
I was out with the kids yesterday, and I happened to bump into him. That's when we were doing the dumb air guitar and shit. His opening line was, on Monday I'm thinking, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, all right.
He is going to be so disappointed.
It's going to be interesting.
Tragic.
Tomorrow. Little tease for tomorrow's show.
Tragic.
We'll have a whole list of people to blame. And also
yes, a whole list of new assholes in this place.
See, I sort of explained on the show. I guess we're doing our own after show now. But with Jimmy, I know how serious this picture-taking thing is.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's no joke.
Crazy
whatsoever.
Great.
It's his thing. big time, and he gets real. We all know because we've all lived it. But I know it's great to needle him for the show, but I'm also scared because if you poke a little too hard, he's gonna
turn on you.
He is.
He'll bite.
But so it's this fine little balancing act because when you needle him a little bit just to get him going, it's too much fun for the show. But on a personal level, because we're friends off the air, it's fucking brutal because he takes it so serious.
E-Rock,
you guys brought up earlier how Jim can't just be happy getting what he wants because then he thinks of the next thing and then gets all upset again.
Exactly.
So if he does get this photo, he'll be happy for a moment and then he'll be upset that they weren't on the show. So then he'll be upset again. So he'll just go back into that place.
He'll only be happy, though, if the photo is good, because that's a whole thing, too. It's not even good enough that you got a photo with this person or group. Now the photo has to be good.
Then he's got to mail it out to get signed.
Thank you. And then it's not over yet, because then his new mission is to get the whole band to sign the photo he took with the band.
Oh, did you? He blew a head gasket before because the photography place that he gets his pictures from forgot his Danza picture. I guess his Tony Danza picture because he wanted.
And
to
now
get
we're in trouble because we didn't get any of his shit signed because we forgot.
Oh shit!
We're on the shit list.
Oh, we're on the shit list.
I'm not even kidding.
Oh no, his book.
That's why the Tony Danza book's there. That's why Tony's like, oh, my book. That's Jimmy's Tony Danza book. And he's assuming we did the right thing and had him sign it. So we're on his shit list now.
Dude, do you
want to just sign it for him?
I was going to say we should just sign it.
Yeah.
Give me the Sharpie. All right, hold on.
Because we're on his shit list, for sure. No, he likes it on the cover.
On the cover?
No. Don't put it on the cover because he does like it
here?
on the cover. Yes.
All right, here. It'll be, to Jim,
thoughts and prayers.
Yes.
And we'll even say we got him to write thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers.
There you go.
And now, oh my God.
Now you got to just fuck around.
Tony.
Yeah, fuck up the. Yeah, don't write out. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. You never write out the whole last name.
No.
Ever.
He'll open that, he'll smell it, then he'll read it.
But now he's going to be pissed that it wasn't on the front page.
Oh, God. Oh, whew. Well, we couldn't put it on the... It's like...
Even when we're fucking with him, we can't do the right thing.
Oh, my God.
Shit. We got it.
Oh.
Someone's got to back us up. Tony Danza left in the middle. We were still on.
Yeah.
We didn't even get pictures with him.
No.
I'll just get one at the gym. Whew. All right, y'alls. That was fun.
That was fun.
How great was Tony Dan? I felt really bad not talking to him. He seemed amazing, right?
He was fun. He's a
fun
nice
dude, man.
He's just a
How
nice
would you know?
guy.
You left us.
I know. I had him for
you left us.
All day I thought of what interview he liked me in. I wasn't even made. It by Patton Oswalt. Fucking someone else.
You left us to try to get the Metallica picture.
Yeah, I had to play that one out.
A lot of people don't know what happened.
Even know what happened, yeah.
Because they might not follow us on Twitter, or maybe they didn't listen to the after show yesterday. We kind of left them hanging on the regular show.
I didn't even address it on Twitter.
When I walked out of here, was there a hustle and a bustle out in the lobby area? It was very crowded. There's something had just happened, it looked like. People were talking. And I saw Florentine there, and he was talking with...
Young Sam Roberts was out there, and Club Soda Kenny, and Roland. And everyone was on high alert and very, very nervous.
And from everybody that I had spoken to as I was leaving, the scuttlebutt in the lobby was all about Jimmy Norton.
That's right. They weren't nervous because Metallica was in the building. They were very nervous because they were all trying to get Jimmy's picture with Metallica.
And it had already happened or not happened.
Right.
But that's what everyone was talking about. When I walked up, I saw Florentine. He was standing there, and he looked at me, and he just shook his head, and he shook his head no, and just went, oh. Like it didn't happen.
It did not happen.
Yes.
So walk us through it after you left during the Tony Danza.
Well, I didn't know how long they'd be in Howard Studios, so
saying.
we were hanging outside. I just wanted to, preparedness, like a good Boy Scout.
Yes.
I wanted to be prepared. And there was just a lot of standing around and speculating. There was, there wasn't much that could be done until they walked out of the. I didn't want to just stand there and look at Howard's studio. So I was standing back a little bit, but I was like looking into the fishbowl. But the reflection, I could see the door. So this way I looked like I was casually chatting.
That's not crazy at all.
No.
That's
Jim,
normal
actually,
behavior.
we had left during a break to take a piss or whatever, and Jim was the only one in here. And Sam handed Jimmy some copy, and Jim is reading the commercial. As he's reading the spot, he's scrolling through his phone, looking for that, waiting for that text to come through.
Have to be there.
Yes. So it was paramount.
I knew this one wouldn't. I mean, I wasn't pissed about it though, because people tried to make it happen. It wasn't like anybody was a dick about it. It was one of those things where they all just came in separately.
Yeah.
And they all just left separately.
Well, sure.
But
I guarantee they don't hang out anymore.
Who was the first guy to leave?
Kirk Hammett. So as soon as I was standing out there.
When you saw Kirk, though, leaving, were you thinking like, I gotta keep him?
I knew, though. Because when Kirk, it wasn't like, when Kirk Hammett walked out, he's walked out with this he's a big bald guy. I forget his name. He works for them, who I've seen a million times with them. He's always with Kirk or James. He's got a big goatee. He's a big boy. And when I saw him walking Kirk out, I knew they were going right down the elevator. He waved at people.
Asshole.
Yeah, but it was like, the guy's just leaving. And then, so I just said, fuck it, and I just went and got my stuff in here. And when I came out, James had just left, like, you just missed James. I'm like, I didn't care about seeing them individually.
Right.
And then I went to hop in the elevator, and Rob Trujillo got on the bassist. So I wound up talking to him, and he's just a great guy. So,
yeah,
I appreciated people trying, and what are you going to do? I didn't feel that bad because there's no way I could have. It was like no one was a dick about it.
Right.
It was like they took a bunch of pictures and just didn't include little Jimmy.
Yeah.
Are you relieved today, though?
Although
now that it's over officially?
I'll tell you what made me.
Because you've been working on this for about 3 days.
But I got the picture. Roland sent me the picture last night that we all took.
Right.
And it bummed me out that James wasn't there.
Oh, it's so obvious it's a wasted picture. I saw mine. I'm like, without it,
because it's a beautiful picture.
Doesn't work,
it's a fucking beautiful picture. Like, they took the series, whoever did photography, took beautiful fucking photos.
I saw the Sam Roberts one.
Let me see it.
Go.
Lars's
that's
head.
A perfect photo. I mean, of course, James is in there, but that's how you want a band photo.
I heard on the Sam Roberts after show yesterday that Jim Florentine was on it, and Jim said every time the Howard area door opened, he saw like flashes going off from people taking pictures with Metallica.
But it might not have been Metallica. Like I'm sure they took band pictures.
Yeah.
But after that show ended, because I think Scott knows Lars pretty well, because Lars was the last one out, and then after James left, it was Trujillo left, and then Lars was still in there when I left. So I imagine they were back there all talking. I don't imagine they were just standing there for long taking a bunch of as Metallica pictures. And if they were, they were. But I have no access to that area. I don't feel.
Which is crazy.
Nah, you know what? I don't know Howard. I mean, we've chatted briefly in the hallway. That doesn't. I don't expect to be brought back to his studio by one of his people.
Family.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect that.
We're supposed to be one big happy family where we try to take care of each other from time to time. Yeah. Oh, that's right. It's all about him.
And we're supposed to.
Always will be.
We're supposed to show that loyalty for the company, and we're told a lot of times, it's not good for the company if you lambast them or go off on this or do that. And it's like, okay, but there's nothing that is put on the other side. Like when they have guests over there and they keep them long so we don't get them. If we ever did that, they'd be hell to pay. There's a double standard, obviously, with both of the shows, and I think one of them is the fact that we would get shit on and not have an opportunity to maybe just walk through that sacred fucking door into the Wizard of Oz and fucking take a picture with Metallica. It's crazy. That fucking door is like,
it's pure lunacy, man.
Right? I didn't
pure
ask,
fucking lunacy.
It's not like I asked Gary Delabate and he said no either. I didn't. I asked Ross Zapin as he walked in, and he actually walked in and asked Metallica's people. But
did he ask?
No. Yeah, I think he did.
As soon as he closes that door behind you, then he can make believe he asked.
Nah,
I'm just saying that's a possibility.
Hey, going to Gophers?
Right.
Got any extra tickets? What, are you crazy? Yeah, I talked to my manager, and he's going to take $100 off that True Coat. He did not.
He might. No, because he went and he knew who to ask for, and I think he would just. If you don't want it to come back that you didn't do something, why wouldn't he?
Yeah.
If he did, he did. But I mean, whatever. I think people did make the effort, and I appreciate the effort.
But he's in the Wizard of Oz.
Yes, the Wizard.
Yeah.
Pay no attention to the man behind that door with a fist on it.
And the wizard himself is starting to look like an old aunt.
Auntie M.
Auntie M.
Auntie H. Auntie H. Auntie H.
I think he's wearing girls' clothes now. Yes.
That scarf was a little weird.
I think officially he's wearing girls' clothes.
Grandma's scarf was a little weird.
Yeah, a little strange. There might be a picture floating around where he looks like an ant.
Yeah.
A little frilly. A bit frilly for my taste. E-Rock, you handed me a note over here. Is this your handwriting?
Yes.
What is this?
Well, we found out after the after show from several people in the hallway that I guess while Jim was waiting in the lobby to find out what was going on with Metallica,
right?
At one point, Metallica wasn't even in Howard's area. They were in the hallway over here in Jose's office, just hanging out.
All of them?
All of them. And then Kurt went back in through Howard's compound through the back end, got his bag, and that's when he left. The other guys were still over in Jose's office.
The whole band was in Jose's office?
That's what was said to me after,
Wow. I didn't know. And Jose knew we were looking, but I don't know if he knew I was.
I don't know. But that's what we found out when everything was done and we walked back to the office.
You're usually pretty good with details, Jimmy. You're usually pretty good with details.
Wow.
Walked by Jose's office, the whole band's in there. Hey, Jose, what's up? Oh, hey, guys, you mind if I get a pic? And then you sit there.
Wow. Oh, fuck, I wish I would have known that. No, I didn't know.
Hey, if we knew, we would have said something, but...
Yeah. Maybe we shouldn't have told Jimmy that.
You missed Tony Danza.
Yeah, he was really cool.
Yeah, it was just a whole musical thing.
How did he react when half the room left?
It was so funny. Right in the middle of the conversation, Jimmy gets up to
totally
leave,
cool.
and he just goes, "Oh, Metallica!"
Yeah,
like he knew.
You even got Tony Danza involved.
He knew. Tony Danza was nervous.
Right.
He was cool.
I'm looking at my almost Metallica picture right now.
Yeah,
it just doesn't work.
Yeah, I
mean, they're all superstars in their own right, but you know, when you're in a group thing, why did it download this instead of the actual picture?
Oh boy,
fuck!
What happened there?
I don't know. Where's the picture?
It's fun though. You get to pretend you're the fourth guy.
That is true. It's almost like taking a picture with the cardboard cutouts, and you're the singer. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. That's what. Just Photoshop James in there somewhere.
Doesn't
Get a picture off of Google.
Yeah.
Fucking just crop it out. And fucking
beautiful.
Yeah, be beautiful.
Let's see. I don't
He's
know.
tall. You could just put him behind everybody.
Yes.
So cheesy.
Huh?
That'd be so cheesy if somebody actually did that.
Do that. Fuck it. Fuck. And then downstairs, I guess.
What, Jimmy?
That's irritating. If the whole band was in Jose's office and no one says anything, like, ugh.
They should say that. They should have said something.
Yeah, of course. We all knew that you needed the picture.
Yeah,
Everyone
why
was
wouldn't
on
he
high
fucking
alert.
tell him?
Is that true?
Yeah, I heard that.
What were they doing in there?
Saying hi, I guess. I don't know. They told me after I got off the air, like at 11:30 in the morning, they said, they came to say hi to Jose, and they were all hanging out in his office.
Who knows if it was the whole band or if it was fucking...
They said it was a band. I mean, I don't know. Like, obviously, I didn't see if it was a dude in the lobby, but...
Was it the whole band?
Because they said, Howard's got that back door.
Yeah.
So they went through his back door, hung out in Jose's office for a sec.
Sexy.
And then went back through the back door and around.
Don't you have another opportunity?
No.
Oh, I thought you did.
Nope, that's it.
That's it.
That is it.
More of the Opie and Anthony Worst of the Week countdown. Next.
Are you telling me you built a time machine out of a DeLorean?
SiriusXM brings you a special town hall with award-winning actor.
This is Alex P. Keaton we're dealing with.
Michael J. Fox. I'm Dalton Ross from SiriusXM's Entertainment Weekly Radio. Join me along with one of Hollywood's favorite stars. We'll talk about his career, his struggle with Parkinson's, and his new TV show, The Town Hall with Michael J. Fox, throughout the weekend on Entertainment Weekly Radio, SiriusXM 105, or listen on the SiriusXM app.
Fighting. Wow. Fucking. Video games.
I like it.
Drugs.
That is true. Robots. That's so ridiculous.
And the apocalypse. Wow. In other words, the Joe Rogan Experience.
This week, comedian Kathleen Madigan.
I went to the hotel. I didn't know One Direction was there. 2,000 girls outside the hotel.
Those are girls that don't even know what they're going to do with them when they get them. It's not like these girls are ready to fuck.
Whoa, you're blowing my mind. Experience the Joe Rogan Experience every weekend. Today at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor of the world's most comfortable pillow, My Pillow. We all have the same problem sleeping at night. Our pillows go flat. We end up folding our pillows over for support, using our arms, flip-flopping all night long like a guppy. We wake up in the morning, we have sore necks, we have headaches, our arms are asleep, we feel like we need a nap in the afternoon even though we've slept 8 hours. Well, with my patented fill, wherever you move this pillow, it'll hold the exact position for you as an individual, and you'll get the best night's sleep of your life. Also, it stays cool. You don't have to flip it to the cool side. It stays healthy for a full 10 years, and it's warranted not to go flat. And you can throw it right in the washer and dryer just like your favorite blue jeans, and I personally guarantee it's going to be the most comfortable pillow you'll ever own.
Log on to mypillow.com now or call 1-800-299-6694 to get fitted for your very own MyPillow. Enter promo code XM4 and save 25% off your entire order when you call or log on today.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit mypillow.com.
I am the new way to work, and I'm not quite what I sing. To my friends, I work from home every day. To my clients, I work in the Chrysler Building. And it's all thanks to my Regis virtual office. It gives me all the benefits of a prestigious office address, only without the overhead. I even have access to a private office when my clients want to meet face-to-face. I am the new way to work, and I'd like you to join me. To find out more, visit regis.com/virtual or call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
LJ has a great arm, but is too inconsistent to start at quarterback.
Ashley is usually a great basketball player, but chokes up when the game is on the line.
These players are great physically, but fall short with their mental game. Now they can do what elite athletes in Europe have learned. Go to iaimtowin.com. Take the Reese Motivation Profile for sports and discover your bad mental habits and what to do about them.
That's iaimtowin.com.
Today, guys are working harder and training harder than ever before. We care about our bodies and health because we're in it for the long haul, and now there's a revolutionary way to support today's lifestyle, Affirm XL. Affirm XL is the breakthrough all-natural male enhancement supplement created for guys who work hard and play hard. Unlike other products, Affirm XL's Total Health formula contains a potent blend of clinically proven ingredients, crucial for a man's health and wellness. Essential ingredients like ginseng and ginkgo biloba to help keep your mind sharp, and saw palmetto to support healthy prostate function. But beyond supporting optimum health, Affirm XL also helps men supercharge their sexual stamina and endurance with its supercharged testosterone-boosting formula. Be the guy you know you are. Get Affirm XL, the ultimate male supplement, available right now with no prescription when you call 800-275-8614 or visit us at AffirmXL.com to start your Affirm XL lifestyle. That's AffirmXL.com or call 800-275-8614. 800-275-8614.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Homeowners, are you struggling with your mortgage and worried about foreclosure? We're loan mitigation experts and can help you avoid foreclosure with a loan modification program. We work with all lenders nationwide. Call us now and one of our friendly counselors will tell you how we can help you stop your lender from foreclosing. There's no pressure or obligation. So call now and let us tell you how we can give you the help you need to save your home. Call 1-800-532-8099. That's 1-800-532-8099.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Hope you're not just tuning in because we've been on fire with this worst of the week countdown. I am Sam Roberts from O&A and After Opie and Anthony Live. My show, the Sam Roberts Show, is on Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern here on the Opie and Anthony channel. This week, Misha Barton, from the OC and every tabloid magazine ever, and Lizzie Kaplan from Party Down, Cloverfield, Mean Girls, every show. She was even in an episode of Freaks and Geeks. That's a different show. Both are going to be on my show, so tune into that Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern here on the Opie and Anthony channel. Let's move on with the countdown. Still to come, James Cahn in studio, Stephen Merchant in studio, Jim Florentine in studio. But right now, for those of you who are fans of the show Boardwalk Empire, Michael Shannon was in studio. He plays a complete psychotic on Boardwalk Empire, so you can't help but be scared of him when he walks into a room. He's a stoic man, but he's somewhat hilarious. Michael Shannon, in studio with Opie and Anthony.
4.
Yes, Michael Shannon, where is it? There he is. Come on in, my friend. All right. God damn, how you doing, man?
All right,
big fan.
What's up, Michael?
Big fan, sir.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Take a seat.
Yeah, take a seat over there. Pop right on. We're actually on the air. We do that. We just
you're on the air?
Yeah, we do that. It's easier
we don't
that
have
way.
time to break. We don't want
to like dropping a lobster in a boiling pot of water.
Into the pot.
Watch him squirm.
Not you.
Yeah.
Something tells me not you.
I'm stoic.
Seasoned professional. Stoic. Yeah. Is that what you get a lot? You're stoic?
Stoic, crazy. Evil, villain. Bad.
How much of that is you in real life?
None of it.
None. See, you're a regular guy, right?
We don't believe.
Well, yeah. I mean, as I was, getting my daughter ready for school this morning, I didn't think this is my diabolical scheme. I just kind of said, "Do you want to wear this dress or this dress?"
Is the guy you're playing on Boardwalk Empire, which you're amazing on that? Was that based on it? Because I don't know the real story of Nucky. Like I haven't read up because I don't want to know what happens. Are you playing a real guy?
Van Alden, a.k.a. George Mueller, is a completely imaginary character.
Okay.
They were very clear about that at the beginning. Terry told me when I met with them, he said, a lot of these characters are loosely based, such and so, blah, 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 but your guy is totally imaginary. Some people thought at the get-go that it was based on Elliot Ness, but that was not accurate.
All right. Gives you a little more leeway to do, kind of what you want with him, a little more.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's like Where's Waldo? You can just kind of stick him anywhere.
Yeah.
He's, I mean, what's interesting is I am rubbing elbows with actual people. Like Dean O'Banion, Al Capone, Nucky, of course. These are all real people, so I'm just being inserted into these situations. They're, Buddy, the prohibition agent. I'm sure that wasn't something that actually happened very often.
Right. Yeah.
You started as a prohibition agent, and it was really like a weird religious vibe to you and then you drowned your partner in the lake, baptizing him like in front of all these black people. Like it was a really fucking bizarre scene. Boardwalk Empire throws curveballs.
Yeah, but what's really bizarre now is that that's totally gone. Like I'm not doing that anymore.
Right.
I haven't even tried to enforce any sort of laws for two and a half seasons now.
Wow, yeah.
Just like selling irons and delivering flowers. So it's kind of a weird change of events.
Do they tell you where the story is going? So do you know if maybe in the future you're going to get back, or you're just at the mercy of each script?
No, they don't tell you anything.
Yeah.
It's like, it's like working at some factory where you don't know what they're making. Just put on a black hood and get on the assembly line. And go.
Something's coming in front of me, and I got to put
it together.
And then send it off on its way again.
Yeah, exactly.
What was the biggest script shock you got so far? Like, because if you're reading along and it's not based on a real guy, they can do whatever they want.
Oh, there's so many. There's so many. I mean, I've got to say, season 1, when it said the scene where Van Alden has sexual intercourse with Lucy, was that took a while to get over that. Pretty strange. And that's when I knew that I wasn't going to be the good guy anymore.
Right.
And, so that was tough. Basically, every script, it seems like something really bad happens to me. It's kind of like to set up like a guy on the sidewalk, someone drops a piano on his head or something. That's what it starts to feel like after a while.
Like poor guy that's just walking on the sidewalk.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting nailed.
But I think he's finally due for, to get his spine back. He's been so, it's really weird. I had a conversation on the street the other day. We were shooting a scene out in Yonkers, and this guy walked up to me, and he said, I watched the show. I really liked the show. I'm like, oh, well, thank you. And he's like, but I'm very glad I'm meeting you, because I wanted to ask you, why is your character still on the show?
Oh, shit.
What's the message with your character? All the other characters make a lot of sense to me, but your character is, I don't know. Where's the tension? I don't know. What's going on? And I It was kind of depressing.
No
Yeah,
shit.
it was Steve Buscemi that said it.
Yeah, it's Steve Buscemi. I said, Steve, we can't all be superstars like you.
I love your character on the show. It's
brutal.
Truly unpredictable and fairly psychotic scene. I think I hope they keep you on the show for the whole run.
Yeah, me too. I mean, me too. Maybe I'll do something eventually to wake this guy up. I don't know.
Where were you raised?
Kentucky, Lexington, Kentucky. Mm-hmm.
You don't have any accent.
Well, that was quite some time ago. And my father lived in Chicago. So I went back and forth between Kentucky and Chicago.
I almost hear a little Chicago, more so than Kentucky.
I just spent the summer in Chicago. But I've been all over the world. I like that song. Yeah. All over the world. So.
Did you try to get rid of the accent, or did that just kind of happen? Because people try to, they really try hard to get rid of it.
It comes back, If I go down there, it comes back. I don't mind it. I'm not ashamed of my Southern heritage. It's where all the big movie stars come from. Mm-hmm. Johnny Depp, Tom Cruise, George Clooney.
Yeah,
Kentucky. Something in the water. Yeah. And Jennifer Lawrence, I might add, the biggest starlet on planet Earth right now.
I watched The Iceman and thought it was fantastic. Great performance, man. Just
thank you.
So frightening because the way you played it wasn't like the normal movie hitman that you would see. It was frightening in your normalcy during your regular life, and as a matter of fact, when you are with your daughters in the movie and you're just helping them get ready for school, and you're not hatching some evil plot right there, but then you're just so ready to and willing to kill somebody. Mm-hmm. How much research did you have to do on the actual guy for that one?
I did quite a bit, actually.
Yeah.
There's a very famous interview that he did for HBO.
Of course, yeah.
That a lot of people have seen. It was edited down considerably to put it on TV. Mm-hmm. So I got the full unedited interview.
Wow.
Which is like 20 hours.
Wow.
So I would watch that.
What did you think of him as a person when you were just watching that and not really considering your role in the movie, just as a person?
First of all, it's hard to separate that because I'm constantly looking at it from that point of view. But I found him to be a very tragic figure because I do think he really had some authentic love for his family and that he wanted to be a good person, but that he had been so kind of screwed up when he was a kid that he had this other this other aspect to his character that allowed him to do these things, and that was sad.
Do you find you're more sympathetic to a guy like that if you are researching for a role, because you have to kind of delve into the things that made him that way instead of just going, oh, this fucking lunatic?
Well, we all have our faults. I mean, obviously his...
That's a little more
yours might be lateness, his was putting people in acid.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to me, I honestly, I get a lot more pissed off at Ted Cruz reciting Dr. Seuss on the floor of the Senate than I do at Kuklinski saying, there's a lot of negativity in the world.
Well, yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a case study. I always feel kind of silly talking about it. Do I condone killing? No, of course not. I don't think anybody should kill anybody. Mm-hmm. It's not right. It's terrible. But Richard Kuklinski endured some pretty, as far as I can tell, some pretty savage stuff during his early childhood. And, that's one of the things I've always been fascinated by, is how a person's childhood can shape who they become, and why it's so important to not be, sadistic to children. Because if you do that, then you can wind up with someone like Richard Kuklinski. So
your take on it was so spot on though, where you talk about that he wanted to be a nice guy. You put that across very well with him and his wife and family.
I've talked to people that knew him, and he was very much. There was one man in particular who said that when he was a boy, Kuklinski would kind of keep an eye on him, give him, spend time with him, give him advice or presence or whatever. I mean, it was somebody that he was a stand-up guy, and that he had no idea, of this other side of him. I mean, that's the thing that's also fascinating to me, is the double life, the whole notion of how someone could have such two different sides to them.
Yeah,
and I think what's ironic is that it comes from the same place. Like his ability to detach and do evil things, and his desire to not be that way, both come from the same foundation in his childhood.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a great movie. I enjoyed it a lot. And of course, I guess you're going to be playing General Zod.
Am I going to be playing?
You are playing.
I played him.
It's done. You've played him. We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Everyone, of course, is familiar with the original Superman 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
But how differently did you play it than that one?
Do you have the same outfit on?
Than Terrence Stamp?
Yes, that's it. Terrence Stamp.
Yeah. It's very different.
Yeah.
Zach, the director, told me when we were doing it that he wanted it to be more earnest and not so much like he's a villain. He just happens to be a general on a different planet, and he's just trying to do his job.
Right.
His job is to protect Krypton, and that's not going very well. And he's just trying to. And once Krypton is destroyed, he says, "Well, I need to make another one." And it's not about. He doesn't get off on like manipulating people or controlling people. He doesn't want people to kneel or do any of that crap. He just wants a new Krypton. That's all he wants.
No kneel before Zod.
No,
you're not gonna see that.
No,
It is good because that was kind of a one-dimensional kind of thing. It was here's
like,
your bad guy.
Excuse me. It looked like Terrence Stamp was having a lot of fun, which is great.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of fun to watch him have a lot of fun. But my guy is not having any fun.
Okay.
That's a great way to describe Zod. He's not having a lot of fun.
Perfectly.
No. So.
Hey, can I ask you about your band? Because we have that you formed a band in 2002 called Corporal.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of, and you just released your first album in 2010. Why did it take 8 years?
Oh, well, both of those dates don't come from me directly. And I can't claim that either one of them are accurate. Well, I do know that I started playing... When I started playing... when Corporal started, it was just me and one other guy. And it was basically us just practicing every once in a while. We made this album a few years ago. I don't know if it's ever really gotten a proper release. Like you can walk into the Virgin, buy it off the rack, although there aren't any Virgins anymore.
Yeah, that's true. In every sense of the word.
Yeah, exactly. They're all gone. All the Virgins are gone. But we're playing the New Yorker Festival Friday, October 4th. We're playing at the Bell House, which is in Brooklyn, by the lovely Gowanus Canal.
Oh, boy.
What kind of music?
Eclectic. It says on our what's it called? When you go, the iTunes, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm a Neanderthal. It says on iTunes, on our site, it says German folk music.
Okay.
So I think that absurd description kind of sums it up pretty nicely. But seriously, like when people come to the shows, they say, man, every song sounds completely different, which is kind of what we're going for. Because I went to see a band the other night, I won't mention names, but every single song they played sounded the same. So we try and avoid that.
Oh, I wondered what band it is now.
Yeah.
Metallica?
Oh,
Apollo
Are
Theater?
you at the Apollo? Are you at the Apollo Theater?
No, just kidding. I'm kidding.
Of course. Taylor Swift.
There's a lot of variety there.
That would be interesting seeing you at a Taylor Swift show, though.
They're just towering over everyone.
Yeah.
being
Lurking
menacing.
backstage in the wings. It's like Phantom of the Opera.
Are you? What's your background? Irish or German?
Well, don't you know?
Shannon, I would imagine.
I don't know.
Irish.
It's mysterious.
I'm just looking like you would actually do very well in a period piece of a German soldier. Have you ever played that? I think they should write a movie around you based on a
I think
German
Ray
soldier.
Fiennes did that.
Yes, he certainly did.
I don't know if I could do it any better than him.
Pardon you.
And that Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah.
I didn't get a call for that one.
God damn it! You've been good on that one.
Let's see, German soldier.
Yeah, it could probably work. But what do I know?
I've done so
on
many
radio?
military projects. I mean, I've been a general, I've been a sergeant, I've been a lieutenant.
Really?
Yeah. I've done a lot of military stuff.
Yeah.
Well, you're very sturdy
But not
looking.
German. Yeah.
And not
yeah,
German.
very,
huh?
very stoic and a very, very
stoic. There's that word.
yeah.
But I'm saying that a very fucking intense gaze, which is kind of with the military. That's
I'm
probably
good. I'm good with a bayonet too. Yeah. So.
What's the silliest role you ever played?
Oh, there's so many. That's the thing. Let's have a little confab about that. I was in a movie called Kangaroo Jack, which is completely absurd. I was in Bad Boys 2. I got my ear shot off and shoved in the trunk of a car. Little KKK action.
Yes.
That was
Fuck yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember that.
the brilliant absurdity of that. I did a short film called Mullet. That's pretty funny.
Mullet.
Yeah.
All right.
I did a movie called Grand Theft Parsons with Johnny Knoxville. That's kind of a comedy that not many people have seen.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing is, like, I've done these other things, but I guess the things that most people have seen me in are the more serious ones. A lot of people saw Bad Boys, too.
How long have you been acting, like, professionally?
Oh, too long. Too long.
Because
23 years.
All right, so you're 23 years in the business, and within the past couple of years, really, you've made a name for yourself to where people look at you and go, "Oh, I know this guy from," and they know where they know. It's not just like
or they
I've
ask
seen him.
me to explain to them why they know who I am,
or why you're on the show.
Yeah, I hit a new level of notoriety. Someone actually said to me, I like some of your movies. I was like, wow. Because it used to just be like, I saw you in this movie. And now it's like, I like some of your movies.
Why would people walk up to you and say something so obnoxious and insulting?
Why is everyone an asshole?
Everyone's got to be an asshole. Are you on Twitter, by the way?
No.
Oh, good.
No.
Because you want a collection of assholes. You go to Twitter. You want your fucking ego brought down into the shitter.
It's like asshole barnacles.
Yeah.
To the shit.
They just stick there and have to literally be scraped off. Yes.
Which would be the block.
Oh my God.
Got a block.
Well, you
Michael,
were nominated too
hilarious.
for Revolutionary Road.
Really funny.
I was nominated for Revolutionary Road. I lost to Heath Ledger.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's a good one to lose to.
Yeah, well.
I was just watching that movie again the other day, The Dark Knight. He's so good, man.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
You know how hard it is to make the Joker, like, you know, or a comic book character Oscar worthy, and it's like it was
just ridiculous.
He put his heart and soul into that role. You can tell. He just really got obsessed with it. Yeah, but yeah, I got nominated. I got to go to the show anyway. That was nice. And Christopher Walken said something nice about me. I can't remember what it was because I was in shock.
It was something nice, though?
Yeah.
Was it really nice, or I like some of your movies nice?
Yeah. Mike Shannon has been in some good films.
Thank you.
Thank you. A percentage.
Well, what a blast to have you on here, man.
Oh,
absolutely.
Michael Shannon, great to have you in.
Thank you.
You're tremendous, man.
Yeah, you're fucking funny as hell, man.
Oh, thank you.
I
Really
like it.
funny.
I like it.
Yeah.
Michael Shannon, thanks so much.
The worst is yet to come. More of the Opie and Anthony Worst of the Week countdown.
Next.
Hello, you've reached Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio, home of all-star fantasy football advice and entertainment. For all pro running back Maurice Jones-Drew, press 1. To get in the ring with WWE superstar The Miz, press 2. For football legends LaDainian Tomlinson and Fran Tarkenton, press 3. For the first ladies of fantasy, Lisa Ann and Pilar Lastra, press 4. For winning fantasy football advice only found on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio, press Sirius 210, XM87, or the Sirius XM app.
Are you an inventor, or do you know an inventor who would like to attempt to have an invention or idea patented and submitted to industry? Call InventHelp, America's largest invention company, and learn how to get your free inventor's information. You'll learn how to attempt to patent your idea and submit it to industry from the company that has helped secure over 7,000 patents. It's a free call, so call now. 1-800-220-9562. That's 1-800-220-9562. Call toll free at 1-800-220-9562. That's 1-800-220-9562. InventHelp is a fee-based company.
I am the new way to work, and I'm not quite what I seem. To my friends, I work from home every day. To my clients, I work in the Chrysler Building. And it's all thanks to my Regis virtual office. It gives me all the benefits of a prestigious office address, only without the overhead. I even have access to a private office when my clients want to meet face-to-face. I am the new way to work, and I'd like you to join me. To find out more, visit regis.com/virtual or call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
From the producer of Pumping Iron and narrator Mickey Rourke comes a gripping story about the world's most controversial sport.
We're the meatheads. We're the idiots. We're able to do something that 99% of the people on the earth can do.
Myself as a bodybuilder should be someone constantly striving to be 1% better every day.
The Village Voice gives it 4 stars. The LA Times calls Generation Iron compelling and energetic.
People don't respect it. Like, oh, I can do that with steroids. You couldn't do what I do.
Generation Iron, now playing. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13.
Guess what limits Kristen's golf game? She worries too much when obstacles are present.
Tom gets down on himself after missing an easy putt. He's slow to regain confidence.
These amateur golfers could use help with their mental game. Now they can do what elite athletes in Europe do. Go to iaimtowin.com, take the Reese Motivation Profile, and learn what is motivating your mental mistakes and how to improve. That's iaimtowin.com.
Now with the new Hopper from Dish, you can watch live TV on your laptop, tablet, or phone from anywhere.
It's going to take more than that to impress these radio listeners. They've had radio anywhere forever.
You can also access your DVR anywhere.
Keep yapping.
And Dish doesn't charge you more for it.
Bingo!
Watch all your live and recorded TV anywhere, only with the Hopper from Dish. Call Dish at 1-800-WATCH-TV today. Requires a broadband connected, enabled DVR and compatible mobile device. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Attention. Rosetta Stone invites you to be a part of its biggest language learning event in history. Because this year, we want to help 3 million people learn a new language. That's why we're going to give you an absolutely free demo of our language immersion technology. Call 1-800-440-1135. Developed to fully immerse you in your new language, the Rosetta Stone solution is easier than ever before. For your free demo, call 1-800-440-1135. 1-800-440-1135.
Marvel Studios' Iron Man 3 is now on Blu-ray combo pack and DVD at deepdiscount.com. Rated PG-13, Marvel's Iron Man 3 pits brash but brilliant industrialist Tony Stark, Iron Man, against an enemy whose reach knows no bounds. Stark finds his world destroyed at his enemy's hands and embarks on a harrowing quest to find those responsible. Save 10% on Marvel's Iron Man 3 and thousands of other DVDs, Blu-rays, and CDs. Enter promo code IRONMAN at deepdiscount.com. That's an extra 10% by entering promo code IRONMAN at checkout.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
Yeah, man. It's the worst of the week countdown with me, Sam Roberts, here on the O&A channel. Still to come, James Cahn and Stephen Merchant, both in studio. Legendary and hilarious. Who am I talking about? You figure it out. But right now, speaking of hilarious, Jim Florentine was in studio. Big sports fan. And he's got a great podcast. However, at this time, he was in studio to talk about the NFL and how many weather delays they've had in this season already. I think the first game of this NFL season was delayed because of a lightning storm that was in the area. Florentine thinks this is nonsense. You know what? I'm going to let him tell you. This is Jim Florentine and his opinion on the NFL weather delays.
Florentine, so what's up with the NFL stopping games? Was it because of the lightning, or was it? It couldn't have been because of rain.
Well, lightning in the area and rain. Yeah, they've done three games so far in the first 2 weeks. They didn't start, who knows what's going to happen tonight? I don't know if the game.
It's ridiculous.
We've seen a lot of bad weather football games. Has anyone ever been hit by lightning?
No, never.
Okay,
never an NFL game.
What the fuck is this about? All
never hit a stadium where fucking 20,000 people died because they were sitting in aluminum seats. They had a fucking beer in their hand and the lightning hit it. Never happened.
So what's different this year?
I don't know what's going, because you got a former lawyer running the league, Roger Goodell.
Oh, God.
So he's afraid of getting sued by everybody. He doesn't give a shit about the fans. The fans could sit in the fucking. He doesn't tell the stands go back in your car or go get a bunker under the stadium. You could sit there, but we got to get the players off the field.
Oh wow, great point.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit. He's like, oh, well, you bought a ticket to a
You're not
a live
emptying the
event.
stadium. You're just getting your players off the field.
We're just getting the players off the field.
Because there's lightning in the area. That must feel... the fan must feel good just standing there.
No, they don't give a shit. Yeah, they
waiting
can
to see if they're going to come back on the field.
How about they put a lightning rod on top of the fucking stadium? Doesn't that work?
I think they do. Yeah.
Or give everyone rubber shoes.
No one's dying in planes.
It's different. Yeah. You're not grounded.
Yes, I am. I have a good base.
But yeah, but the 45 minutes, an hour. And didn't you know the weather was going to be bad? Why don't you just delay the game from the beginning or just cancel it?
Right.
But obviously there's too much money. But don't fucking let the 75,000 people sit there and go, we got to take the players off the field because there's lightning in the area.
I used to watch those NFL films. And it was, these gladiators of the gridiron. Yeah, and it's snowing. You can't even see. Mud, rain, fucking. They'd play through anything. And then you'd be laughing at, like, baseball. Go, oh, look at these pussies.
I know, they got to put the tarp out.
Yeah, they cover the field up and run into the dugout. And football was always like, they'll play in fucking anything. Just now, 3 games already.
Put a dome over every stadium then if you worry about that. I mean, that's what they're going to have to do.
They started that shit because they didn't want to deal with the cold and the fucking rain and the snow.
They wanted their Super Bowl
part of
chances.
Football, man. Yeah. It's great to see.
What's next, though? It's it's windy. They're like, we got to take them off the field.
Yeah,
what about, it's too sunny. It's too hot.
Oh, we can't have them.
Maybe we should have, are they going to make all the NFL play? They're just afraid of getting sued. They just got sued with the lawsuits. They got to pay like $1 billion out, which they got off light.
Way light.
With the concussions.
It wasn't even $1 billion,
was it? For years, these guys were getting fucked up from the concussions.
It wasn't even $1 billion.
It was $785
was that
plus
high?
lawyer
Okay.
fees.
Okay.
It averaged out to $170,000 a person that were under this lawsuit, the guys that got messed up.
Now
So they only get $170,000?
Paid out over 20 years.
Jesus, they got fucked.
What were they supposed to do, though? What was the NFL supposed to do to prevent it, and what have they changed now?
I work for the NFL. Let me talk.
Jesus.
Jesus, what happened?
All right, Mr.
You
Derek?
work for the NFL. Who are you?
All right, I used to. I worked in the NFL for 5 years.
As what?
Manager. No, we're not doing that part. I'm not going to give you guys my fucking role. But I managed a stadium for 5 years in the NFL.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, so my position there was I was day-to-day operation, everything in the building top to bottom. Our structure got hit by lightning numerous times throughout the year. If we have a fucking game going on with 80,000 fans in the seats, someone's going to fucking die. It's not about a lawsuit. It's about fucking protecting people's lives, too, man. You're going to have someone die in the middle of a
How many people have been killed by lightning strikes in ballparks?
We clear the bowls during thunderstorms. People aren't in the seats when we have a storm going over. We have weather monitors all over the building. If a lightning strike hits within 20 miles, we get a signal. When it's within 15 miles...
Over the years, wait. Years ago, there wasn't all this equipment. There were lightning storms. How many people have been in Major League...
Wood.
What?
They were sitting on wood.
Not back. I'm not talking about fucking 1800s Abner Doubleday. I'm fucking talking about...
They used to wear leather helmets, too.
I'm talking about if you were sitting at, like, fucking Shea Stadium years ago, or Giant Stadium even, years ago, and a lightning storm came, and people were sitting in their seats and getting drenched by torrential rainfall. How many people have been killed by lightning?
I'm sure there's data out there. I don't have it. I'm not going to give it to you.
So what are you saying that people will die?
I've never heard of one case.
I think everyone would have known in the Packer friggin' Lion game in '72, 8 people got killed by lightning sitting in the top deck.
They put precautionary poles and lightning rods and stuff up around the perimeter of all these stadiums to keep it as safe as possible. I've never heard of people being killed by a lightning strike when you're sitting there watching a sporting event.
But what's Derek's point?
We had a fucking... All right, let me put it... My point is you guys are talking out of your ass, acting like, well, the NFL is scared of lawsuits.
They are. Well, why now? Why didn't they do it in the 70s and 80s, stop games? They never really stopped games until a couple of years ago.
Because our fucking stadiums are 80 times larger than they were back then.
Oh, so they have a better chance of getting hit by lightning because they're a little bigger?
Yes, because there's nothing around them even taller. They're built differently. They're designed differently.
As opposed to, you know...
That's true, though. That is true.
Well, that's right, because there was no metal in Giant Stadium before they tore it down. It was all just cement and wood.
Of course.
I hate uneducated guys that just rant and go,
you're right. You tell me there was no metal in any other stadium until a new stadium. There's not new stadiums everywhere.
I'm not saying that. I hate when assholes, like Florentine, I love you, but your fucking rants about fantasy football and how
it's hilarious. He's a comedian.
Oh my God, this
guy's right though. You probably played fantasy football, right? It's insulting and irritating,
dude.
No, it's not irritating.
Jim Florentine's whole fan base is in fantasy football leagues. He's mocking and oh my, it's just a funny bit.
Yeah, but he rants though without knowing.
Fuck you, Jimmy.
Thank God.
I don't know that, you're not supposed to bring your laptop to the sports bar. I don't know that. You're right. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. You got 17 screens in front of you, but I don't
know.
Dude, you're an idiot.
But look, there's
let me get one more word in. And I'll let you
go. No.
You said that because there's bigger stadiums now, there's more of a chance of a lightning storm. How much bigger is the new fucking MetLife Stadium in New Jersey than Giant Stadium?
Right.
Is it 17 million times bigger?
Yeah.
Where it might get hit now?
City Field as opposed to Shea.
The old Giant Stadium, did it just lightning kept hitting the parking lot? Thank God this stadium isn't too big. If it was a little bigger, it would have fucking hit the whole 304 section.
Yeah, they were looking up and
fucking nonsense.
It was missing it by 8 feet.
8 feet. Thank God.
Yeah, Derek, you fucking idiot.
Listen.
Whatever.
It's a social thing as well. Like 30 years ago, kids weren't wearing helmets while riding bikes. Bullshit like that. People are more cautious about safety. Just like leather helmets in the NFL, now we have...
No one's getting hit by lightning in ballparks.
But Derek, you know what pushes this forward? The safety shit. It's one lawsuit happens, and then... and I know parents are different with their helmets, but like one fucking or two lawsuits happens, and then everybody gets afraid. Look at the sexual harassment shit. That's all because a couple of big lawsuits happen. Everybody gets afraid of losing.
State versus Jim Norton?
Yeah, absolutely. And I said I was just joking when I grabbed her hips and fucking put my half-hard dick in her hiney. I couldn't get a ride because I was nervous.
Well, look, that's definitely. I'm not saying that's definitely not an influence on these rulings, but you have to also keep it in consideration. If one person gets hit by lightning,
take into consideration, you fucking dolt. Yeah. Not keep into consideration. You're an idiot.
My apologies.
Then every new stadium should build bunkers underneath for when there's a lightning storm coming.
Right.
Through your Doppler radar that 75,000 people go take cover until it's over. If they're really worried about that. 75,000 people build a fucking bunker.
Yeah, Derek, I think Jim's point is that they're getting the players off the field, but
they don't give a shit about
the fans. Are still sitting ducks if the lightning is actually hitting the stadiums like that.
No, that's what I'm trying to explain. We fucking clear the seats and we get them inside.
I've never been cleared out of a stadium in a rainstorm.
Yankee
you just
Stadium.
sit there and deal with it.
I've been cleared out of seats.
No, you haven't been. Sir, no one.
Don't listen to Jimmy. He's being an asshole.
No sporting event has told everybody to leave their seats.
I've never left a stadium because of rain. They've never told us.
It doesn't happen.
Yep. The NFL, it's a fucking NFL rule.
All right.
Anybody, when there's a lightning strike within 15 miles, you have to clear the seats.
When the fuck has that happened?
Yeah.
But I've never had it happen.
Give me one instance where everyone has been told to leave their seats.
It's announced, but it's not, you can't enforce it, but it's announced. I'm trying to think of the last time.
It was Browns versus Bengals, 97.
You.
It's not.
So they feel like if they
doesn't
announce
happen.
it, then they're cool.
Next time when they stop a game, right, and they go back to the announcers, another 30 minutes, you look at the crowd. There's still 30, 40,000 people just sitting there waiting for the game to start. They're not all in the friggin'...
Because they're fucking 80 beers drunk, just like jerking each other off.
Oh, my God.
Oh, boy.
And where are they supposed to go? And then the ticket people
Yeah, and you know why they're sitting there? Because they go,
them again.
there's never been anyone killed at a fucking stadium through lightning, so I'm going to sit here and wait for the game to start again.
People get out of the rain because they want to get out of the fucking rain.
Yeah.
I've never been at a ballpark where they've
never
told
heard
you,
an announcement.
Please leave.
Right.
There's lightning. Leave. People go to the upper decks and underneath the tier to keep dry, not because of lightning, and then they come back to their seats later. No one is told. Could you imagine a stadium clearing out and then having to get everybody to their seats again with the tickets?
They don't leave the actual stadium. They go into the concourse. We keep them in the concourse, and then when it's all clear, they go back.
75,000 people in those
75,000 people have to go find their seats again. You're a fucking lying sack of cunt.
Hey, hold on, guys. You guys are entitled to your opinions, and that's okay to have an opinion. I hate how on the show you guys take your opinions, treat them as fact.
You're taking your call and treating it like fact, and it's utter bullshit.
Exactly.
I fucking worked for the league for 5 years.
No, you didn't.
No, you fucking worked for nothing.
Exactly.
Whatever. I still love you guys.
But dude, everyone does that when they have a discussion. You always say your opinion. Like everyone knows that we don't work for the NFL.
Right.
So nobody listening who's reasonable thinks that we have fucking written the law. They know we're just expressing what annoys us.
Right.
We're not coming under the supposition that yes, we work for the NFL, and you should understand that.
It's full of
Anthony,
shite.
to answer your question, NFL games, the majority of the fan base enters within 30 minutes of kickoff. The entryways and entrance points of every stadium is built to support over 45,000 plus people to enter the facility within 30 minutes.
And I've never seen the seats clear.
I've never heard an announcement to clear out.
Right.
The announcements are made.
I've never heard one.
You can't have people with fucking
Maybe because they assume we're wearing rubber shoes.
Why have I never heard an announcement? And I've been at stadiums when it's been raining.
Drunk.
That's true.
You're passed out.
Florentine's the only guy that watches sports. Florentine's the only guy that watches sports. Jimmy just doesn't watch sports. Opie plays Sudoku and watches his kids. And Anthony, you drink.
Yeah, that's my whole life. That's my whole life. See what you're doing?
See what you're doing? See what you did?
See, you're making some strong opinions.
You're implying
you
that I like fucking prostitutes and getting jerked off and like trannies.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, and you're saying that I don't watch my kid, I just watch sports. Listen, if you say only 45,000 people could fit in those concourses, there's another 30,000. Where do those other 30,000 go when the lightning comes?
Well, the lightning knows that they can't get underneath, so they leave those people alone.
Like I said earlier, with how the buildings are built to support 45,000 people entering and leaving, the ramps and stairways are also covered. So that's where they go. I mean,
there's more of a chance of somebody fucking breaking their legs on the stairs than there is of anyone getting hit by lightning.
Damn.
So as far as
it's not a solid proof. We don't have fucking bunkers, but it's better than sitting in a chair with lightning around you.
Why? It's not better because no one's ever been hit by lightning in a fucking stadium.
We go back to the
initial
point.
If I was at the Giant Stadium and I said I'm sitting there and I got hit by lightning, sitting in my seat and everybody else is in the Concorde, I deserve it.
Right.
I'm like, you know what? If I fucking get hit and die, I deserve it because I have a good chance of not getting hit.
But no one has told us to leave.
No one has told us.
I've never heard that announcement.
If the NFL's so concerned about the fans and everybody get hit by lightning, they know that lightning's coming between 2 and 3:30. Then tell people to stay home. Say we're not going to start the game till 4 o'clock. Don't come to the stadium. Don't fucking pull shit when everybody's in there. And then
that's a terrible idea.
Why is that a terrible idea? If you're so concerned about someone getting hit by lightning.
You can't predict a lightning strike 2 hours.
You got fucking your Doppler radar on your phone. You know when it's coming in. Everybody's fucking look at the red here. It's coming through between 1:15 and 1:40. Who gives a fuck?
Are you tired of Doppler radar?
It's ridiculous. It's dumb.
I have it on my phone.
Yeah, I know. And everybody's wrong. You hear about getting big thunderstorms at 6 o'clock tonight. So what? I got a fucking roof over my house. I don't live in a tree fort. If I want to get in my car, I got fucking windshield wipers and I got decent tires, or I'm not going to spin out. and I got a fucking umbrella if I need to walk to the mailbox. It's okay. It's fucking okay.
People panic when they're
yeah. There's going to be a big storm coming around 6. So what?
Shit.
Anything else, Derek? You made some good points today.
Did he?
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Derek is a dolt.
What do you actually do? What was your position, though?
I was stadium manager, so I oversaw all.
You were assistant to the assistant manager at a movie theater.
No, so I oversaw all events at our building, setting.
Oh, God. So
you're calling from Philly, so it's Philly, right?
No, I moved here recently for a career change.
From where?
What are you doing now?
I'm working in their stadium here now at the Wells Fargo Center. I'm doing the same operation, but indoors.
This has nothing to do with engineering.
He's now indoors because he was so scared of the lightning.
Yeah, he's so scared. This guy's just petrified of lightning. Clear the people out. He's running around warning them.
He can't even listen to Metallica do Ride the Lightning.
You know what?
That's too close to home.
My warning.
He used to work in Minnesota at the Viking Stadium, but now they're going to an open air stadium next year. So he's like, I'm going to Philly.
I can't take this.
And he won't fly because of lightning, so he drove on sunny days from Minnesota.
The worst of the week countdown on the Opie and Anthony channel.
The leading online destination for sports fans has joined forces with SiriusXM for Bleacher Report Radio with Covino and Rich.
Join us as we talk about the hottest topics in sports with the help of Bleacher Report's biggest contributors.
It's a sports talk experience unlike anything else. No yelling, just a fun and entertaining take on sports.
Powered by Bleacher Report. Weekdays from 11 to 1 p.m. Eastern on SiriusXM Sports Zone, Sirius 92 XM 208, and online on the SiriusXM app.
You've heard them for years as regular guests of the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hey, it's me, Tom Papa. I've been told I'm a friend of the show.
Now, hear them do their own thing. Every weekend, we turn the channel over to friends of the show with featured episodes of their podcast and broadcasts. This week, Tom Papa's SiriusXM show, Come to Papa.
So listen to my show here on the Opie and Anthony channel, and then we'll be friends.
Friends of the show, starting today at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific, on the Opie and Anthony channel.
The marathon runners look exhausted as they start their final mile. Who will find that extra something to finish the race?
What should you think about when you need that extra motivational boost to finish the marathon? Is it character, family, achievement, prestige, honor?
To become clear on your deepest desires, do what elite athletes in Europe have done to win an Olympic gold medal and a world championship. Go to IAimToWin.com. Take the Reese Motivation Profile for sports and cross the finish line this year.
That's IAimToWin.com.
If the IRS has turned your life upside down, Ameristar Tax Centers has a free, no-obligation consultation just for you. With proven experience, our former IRS agents are licensed to contact the IRS immediately for you, stop the collection activity, and get you instant help to relieve you from this burden. We guarantee not to charge you a penny unless we can help.
Call 1-800-719-8132. That number again is 1-800-719-8132.
You never thought it would get to this. You're an addict, and your life is spiraling out of control. Call the Addiction Help Hotline. One free call can be the first step to getting your life back on track. The Addiction Help Hotline will match you with the right facility for your treatment in our network of top-rated facilities nationwide. We'll help you select the facility type, the location, the treatment type, the affordability, and the length of stay. If you need urgent help, fast-track admissions are available, whether it's insurance, credit card, family help, or self-pay cash. The Addiction Help Hotline has an answer to help you. The Addiction Help Hotline is discreet with our confidential and secure matching system. Stop being afraid. End the addiction. Help is just one free phone call away. Call the Addiction Help Hotline. We're standing by now to help you get your life back. The call is free. Call now. Call the Addiction Help Hotline at 800-430-7410. End the addiction. Call 800-430-7410. 800-430-7410.
Hey, I know a lot of you out there who are married, have kids and a mortgage, and don't have life insurance. Bottom line, you think you can't afford it. Well, let me tell you about my buddy John, 43-year-old guy, pretty good shape except for a slight case of asthma. He talked to a couple of life insurance companies, but the quotes were out of sight. I told him to call Select Quote at 1-800-932-5400. Select Quote has this unique way of saving you money on life insurance. They comparison shop select highly rated term life insurance companies and give you a choice of your best rates. Select Quote matched John with a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $27 a month. Hey, don't assume you can't afford life insurance without checking Select Quote first. Quotes are free, so give them a call at 1-800-932-5400. That's 1-800-932-5400. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your premium could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
You're an addict. Life is out of control. Call the Addiction Help Hotline now. The Addiction Help Hotline will match you with the right facility for your treatment in our network of top-rated facilities nationwide. Whether it's insurance, credit cards, family help, or self-pay cash, the Addiction Help Hotline has an answer to help you end the addiction. The call is free. Call the Addiction Help Hotline at 800-430-7410. End the addiction. Call 800-430-7410. 800-430-7410.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
We've almost reached the top of the countdown, but we're not quite there yet. It's the worst of the week countdown with me, Sam Roberts, from the Opie and Anthony Show and after Opie and Anthony Live. Of course, I told you James Cahn was in studio and going to be on this countdown. You're going to have to wait a moment to hear him. But in the meantime, Stephen Merchant was in studio, and that motherfucker is hilarious. He co-created The British Office along with Ricky Gervais, and he simply doesn't get enough credit. Stephen Merchant in studio, being hilarious on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Number two.
Did you really walk through a window at Sarah Silverman's house?
Yeah.
Were you high or drunk?
You want me to tell you that story?
I'd love that.
Love it.
I went to Sarah Silverman's house for a party a couple of weeks ago. I wasn't invited. I went with other people. And someone offered me some chocolate. In England, chocolate is normally chocolate.
Uh-oh.
In California, doesn't necessarily mean that chocolate is simply chocolate. And it was in a wrapper, like a Hershey-style wrapper. It wasn't Hershey's, I should make that clear, but it was in that kind of wrapper.
Okay.
It looked very official. I consumed some of this chocolate. It turned out it wasn't just chocolate. There was something recreational.
Yes, yes.
I lasted about 30 seconds. I went into a hole from which I couldn't crawl out. Just a dark kind of, the world just enveloped me.
Man.
Vroom. Like within seconds, I had a little lie down for a while at the party. One of my great concerns is embarrassing myself in front of a big room of comedians.
Well,
because,
yeah.
you know, comedians don't let you forget.
That will be there forever.
And for a while there, the lying down didn't help, so I went in the bathroom and I stared at myself in the mirror. That didn't help.
That doesn't.
That just
that's
makes things
bad.
worse. Yeah.
It's almost as bad as the guy in Poltergeist that stared in the mirror for a while and started picking his face apart.
Right, well, then I came back out into the party. I thought I'd get a breath of fresh air, and I headed for the outside area. But the route that I took led me straight through an 8-foot plate glass window, which shattered in its entirety. Just crashed around me. I had like a minor graze on my hand, a little graze on my head, otherwise miraculously fine. I'm not quite sure why. I think maybe because my feet are so big. They extend so far from my body. I feel like they make contact with it first. It's smashed, and then my body arrives.
And then you went through.
Later.
Perfect. It's like a stunt.
And I sort of blearily kind of turned back and stared. And the person I remember staring vividly back at me was Jeff Ross, the one person you don't want to see you do something like that. Roastmaster General.
He's unpleasant to look at under the best of circumstances, much less when you're standing there in blood and broken glass.
But what's extraordinary is I looked at a picture after the event, and the glass was not even transparent. It was a dark brown colour. It was.
So where were you going?
Man alive. It was crazy.
Yeah. Yes.
Were you embarrassed?
I wasn't even, not only the next day. At that moment, I didn't know what to do. I had no sense of
you just go like, oh, that's not a door.
Yeah, I couldn't compute, like, what you do after that.
Yeah, what was in the chocolate? Did you figure it out? Was it hash?
Probably
was it pot?
Hash, but I
you gotta think it was hash, right?
Probably hash.
More wild than that. It seemed very...
Maybe you hate to think you do that just on hash.
Yeah.
It's like, it better have been fucking LSD.
Exactly.
Maybe a little Molly action in there.
Oh, maybe, huh?
Some Mollies.
I sent Sarah an email the next day that said, thanks for a great party, I had a lot of fun. By the way, I don't know if you noticed, but I walked through a glass window. My big fear was that she was going to charge me for it.
Oh, man.
But she said it was insured.
Oh, it was insured. Okay.
That was nice.
Oh, there you go. Wow, that's a great story, too.
It was insane.
Yeah.
Well, thank God you weren't hurt.
And now we all know Sarah Silverman's a drug addict. That's kind of cool, too.
No one said that.
No? Huh?
Now, of course, hello, ladies.
Right.
is your show.
This new show, yeah.
And please, what is it? Tell us a little about it.
Well, I did a stand-up tour. I remember maybe the last time I was here, I was doing a stand-up show here in New York. And that also was called Hello Ladies. And it was mainly stories of my ill-fated romancing.
Right.
And then I did the show in Los Angeles, and HBO said, do you want to think about it as a sitcom? And I said yes, and then that's what we did.
Great idea,
And so it's basically me, not myself, but me as a kind of nerdy web designer trying to score with the women of LA.
Not
as a
yourself.
fantasy of the kind of being part of the beautiful world of beautiful people.
How much of yourself, though? None?
Oh, no, a percentage.
Yeah,
a percentage of me, yeah.
The cool guy part.
Sure, yeah. Well, it's like it's bits of me from across the years. You know what I mean? There's like there's a little bit of the 15-year-old me, and there's a bit of the 25-year-old me, and there's a little bit of the 38-year-old me in there.
The younger you, as big an asshole as all of us think the younger our own selves were, very embarrassing.
Yes, I mean, I feel like I'm still exacting revenge on him for being a loser.
God,
you know what I mean? Like everything I'm doing in my adult life is to sort of punish him for being...
We always talk about the fact that if we had that wonderful time machine and can go back, we would just slap them silly. It's like, you idiot, you're embarrassing.
Right.
You gave me memories that I still fucking toil with.
Right. Absolutely.
Horrible.
But then did it make us the men we are today?
Yes. Thank God it made us the treasures.
We're national treasures at this point.
Stable treasures we are this very day. I remember I was probably 16 years old. My mother was working at a disco. You know, and
your mother was working at a disco?
She was working at a disco.
What was she doing?
She was a cocktail waitress. She was pretty hot and everything. Yeah. So she was,
That's a creepy thing to say.
It is very creepy, but I knew the score. I wasn't fucking her. I just knew she was kind of hot.
Her choice, by the way.
Not for want of trying.
Yeah, of course. So occasionally I would go there because the drinks were free. I'm broke. I could go down there and get fucking hammered shit. So I'm getting drunk and stuff.
How old were you?
I was probably 16.
See, that's normal for him. I can imagine trying to find drinks at 16 at a disco.
That was great.
Served by your mother.
Thank you. But to him, this is a normal thing that we all did.
Yeah, all the waitresses, though, knew me. You know, I was Rose's kid, so I would go in there and get hammered. And I remember one time I went a little too far, got really drunk, and the coat check girl was like fucking, like I thought she was adorable and stuff. And she had to be maybe mid-20s, and I'm 16. And I was all drunk, and I leaned over, and I went, I love you. And I went to grab her and spilt the drink all over her.
Jeez.
And to this day, that cringiness of thinking of it hasn't gone away. I still live with it. I wake up like in the cold sweat, just sit up in bed. Oh my God.
You could be married to a coat check girl.
Yeah. It's another way to look at it. Yeah. Damn it.
No, I agree. You're just haunted constantly by the
terrible.
things that you didn't do, the things you did do.
Yeah.
The problem I feel like, I wonder now in high school, when you get to like 16, they should issue you with like a copy of that book, The Game.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or just something, just anything, just to give you some kind of
help, instruction.
Neil Strauss's pickup artist, fucking guy.
Yeah, I think, because, I mean, maybe if you have like an older brother or something, maybe that's helpful, but I had no guidance. My father didn't talk to me about sex or girls.
You're out there blind.
Working blind, and I didn't know there was the internet now. I guess maybe you just go on there and that gives you everything you need to know.
I would imagine
you go to the library in the 80s.
Yeah. Let me look
how to pick up girls.
But even so, the internet gives you the opportunity to make that first, breaking the ice and building up a rapport with somebody before you even have to meet them. And if you fail miserably, it's not face to face. You're not embarrassed that much.
Not at all.
I wasn't even thinking of it as dating online. I was thinking we'd use it as a research tool.
Just as a research tool, which also works.
Sure, but because apparently I was reading something in some, and it sounds like it's going to be a trashy article. It was actually in a high class publication, I forget which, but they were saying that pornography is having a real impact on young people now because they're watching it, and it was hard when we were young to get access to pornography.
Even get
it was crazy. You could never get it. You had to, get hold of a VHS tape from somewhere from a man.
Yeah.
And it was hard to watch it. And now you just go online, and people now, like apparently young people are thinking that you're constantly switching partners.
Yes,
there's two at once.
They're very knowledgeable on things, and I remember being in like a garage and you're moving something and you see a stack of porno mags and it glowed like the case in Pulp Fiction.
Right.
You're just like, oh my God, because that's how you found them. You couldn't buy them, so you had to find them under a pile of leaves in the woods or wherever.
You just have to wander through life hoping you find them.
And now it's like, I want to see the most disgusting thing you could think of. You know, you go to JimNorton.com.
Believe me, I was ready to fire out a Miro joke.
Of course.
And of course, you continued and smashed me first.
But you wandered around the woods. We did trash day. With our bikes, up and down the streets, and you just waited for those piles of newspaper and magazines, and every once in a while you cut that free, and you would find the gold.
Buried in there?
You would find the gold inside.
The gold.
But you would leave everyone's trash a complete fucking mess, because you didn't put it back together.
It's beautiful stories of old America like that.
Americana.
Which are gone now, destroyed by the internet.
The Norman Rockwell years.
The Norman Rockwell painting of the kid finding porno.
That would be really funny, just to do a Rockwell-esque painting of just a kid finding
some porn, big smile.
You would have to hit at least 100 houses, but there was always one that was throwing away some old magazines, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
found
that's
it. Cool. You were mining for you.
Absolutely.
The Bill Devane of porno.
Well, if you have a paper route, you're already, you're
halfway
in that world. You're halfway there.
Yeah.
There's something about the smell of musty, like when you find them outdoors, they'd been rained on. There was a smell of that musty fucking
brings you
outdoor
right back.
magazine.
It brings you right back to when you smell that smell.
You'd have to turn them gingerly so you didn't rip the damp page. Oh, they're the best.
And there was really no place to go. You didn't have your own space to go with this, so you needed a tree fort or a shed in the backyard.
Well, if you were lucky enough to get hold of a VHS tape, you had to wait for your parents to go. There was only one VCR in our house in the living room. You couldn't just pop down when your parents were watching Columbo and throw it on. You had to wait till they went out.
But freaking Aunt would rent out the projectors at school for porns.
Well,
that was pretty brilliant,
too. I was just a tad before the whole... Like when I was first noticing that I kind of liked girls and stuff, VHS, not so much.
Okay.
Little, like films. 8mm films.
Wow. That makes it even seedier.
It was seedy, but we didn't have an 8mm projector, so we went to the school and talked to the AV guy into lending me a projector so I could take it home and invite my friends over and watch.
Because you really had to study Africa.
Watch a stag film.
Right.
Yeah, just something about having that projector, like having to draw the curtains.
Oh, that's what it was.
Draw the curtains. Make sure you're feeding it through the little...
and you'd hear that.
The sprockets, didn't align properly.
Yes. Yeah. It was dirty. So dirty.
And what were porno films like in the
It was just, I remember this one. It was very dark. It was, it was in color, but bad, like washed out color. Yeah. And it was some woman disrobing.
Sure.
She was on a couch, standing on a couch. It was too far away. There were no real close-ups. And then some guy came in who looked he looked Turkish with the body hair. And just went at her.
You remember it so vividly.
Oh yeah, it was amazing. It was great. I was the hero that day.
Sure, of course you were.
By the way, yeah.
What's better than you remember the weird textural thing? Like you remember hardcore glossy ones that you'd find. Like there was a softcore magazine.
Oh yes.
But then there was the
hardcore.
The high gloss. Like
the pages were very thick.
Oh yeah. They had a nice fucking. Do you see insertion? Like they didn't show that in
yeah. That was the hardcore. That was like finding friggin' the gold mine.
They were hard to find.
The gold mine. Yeah.
We might have went too far with Stephen Merchant.
Oh no, he just gave
I know. Now we start talking about hello ladies, and we get into this.
How did we get into that?
I know.
That was my fault. I think I segued into it.
Our 15-year-old us, and then we never advanced to the other.
This is the thing. We're still talking about this. Is why if we'd had a healthy sex life as teenagers, we wouldn't be talking about this rubbish.
How old were you the first time you got laid?
Oh, late. It was late. I can't even remember.
I was 18.
Oh, I was later than that. I don't even really remember it. I feel like it was like it's not like a moment. It was just like a slow blur.
Of that kind of.
You know what I mean? Like at some point, I was no longer a virgin.
Yeah.
But I don't really remember any specific moment.
I was 18 too. Late 18, college.
Wow.
Yep.
I think it was university for me.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Were you having oral sex first? I was having oral sex before that.
None of that.
No.
That was, this is so weird. Back when I was growing up and trying to get laid, oral sex would come after regular sex. Like a girl was more apt to have regular sex with you than have oral sex.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, weird, right?
Well,
now it's
oral
like,
sex,
this is, Oh, he's taking me out tonight.
I had no opinion of any of this. No, it was all just a weird, mysterious thing.
Believe me, I don't want to sound like I have some great sexual prowess back then. Oh, yeah. It was a big mystery.
No, it wasn't with you. His father got him his first lay.
Oh, you're one of those creepy ones.
Well, I didn't know.
But he was young. He was like 14.
Yeah,
you didn't know?
13 or 14. Well, she would be over the house all the time. But then, like, this girl, Buzz. Her name was Buzz.
Yes.
Her name was
she went to the moon with Neil Armstrong.
This is such a creepy story.
It was Buzz.
Your father was bringing her around?
Well, the worst thing that could possibly happen in my father's head, it was that his son would be a faggot.
Right.
So,
lo and behold.
Turns out that wasn't the worst thing.
So as I was out in California with him growing up, he would, put me in man training kind of a things. Like, have beer, sit on the back of a Brahma bull for 8 seconds, shoot guns, like do all these things. And then at one point, it was like, all right. He's, and he probably sensed I was spending a little more time in the bathrooms than I usually used to.
Sure.
So,
but at 13 or 14,
and you weren't cleaning your gun,
right? Yes.
But at 14, that's the part I don't understand.
Well, yeah.
No one knows what the fuck's going on yet. You're all over the place.
No. But I had the want, of course, but then I didn't have to deal with trying to figure it out because there was Buzz. Buzz would be around. Buzz was 19. She was a friend of the family. She was always hanging around our stable.
Was a friend of the family.
A go-getter.
We had horses and stuff, so she would always hang around the stable and drink and knew the whole circle of friends. She was at all the parties and everything.
She didn't look 42.
No, exactly. She was a little weathered, ridden hard and put up wet in the equestrian circles. We say. So yeah, I guess my father had set it up with her that all right, we're going out, and then you stay home with Anthony, and whatever happens, happens.
Wow.
So she was like, "Oh, go upstairs, take a shower." I was like, "Oh, okay."
She just told you
I go upstairs, take a shower, and I come out of the shower, and I just think I'm going back downstairs to watch TV.
Yeah.
With Buzz.
Yeah.
And I hear, "Are you coming in from one of the bedrooms? You're coming in." I'm like, "Well, what is she doing?
This is amazing.
What? And then I was like, oh man, like then it hit me.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit. So I go to the door and look, and she's sitting up in the bed with the pillows against her back. So she's sitting up with the sheet like at her waist, and she had these big old Buzz tits. And it was like the first real live tits I saw. I was just like, holy shit.
Yeah.
This is it. We're going in.
Well, it's funny because one of my fantasies when I was younger was always, I used to watch a lot of James Bond films, and invariably James Bond would come back to his hotel, and like whoever the seductress was, would sort of, there'd be a trail of clothes from the sort of door, and then she'd be waiting for him in the bed. And I always used to think that would be, what a fantasy. Even to this day, I've never come back to a hotel room, even when I was dating someone, and they knew that was the fantasy. I've never come back and they were waiting for me.
Never.
You just that basically happened in your own house?
Yeah.
Wow. You just assume that's how girls took their clothes off. They start at the door.
Of course, the shoes come off, the dresses exit.
Wait, I got a question for Anthony.
Yeah.
I've heard that story a lot.
Yeah.
When did your dad finally tell you that he set that whole thing up?
The next day.
What did he say?
It was the next day. He's like, so, how was your night?
And you were like...
I was like, but I didn't want to talk about it. So I was like, good.
So what, did he pay her?
No, she just was,
She was into it.
She would do anything.
Was he fucking her too?
I don't know. I think he probably threw one in her at some point.
You shared a girl with your dad?
I think everybody.
That's a little strange.
I've heard of guys doing that before.
This is
weird.
horrific.
But I didn't know. But then, like, she would come over before I would go to school. Like, for like a year. She would come over, like, occasionally, maybe once, twice every couple of months and stuff like that. And then, she'd like, oh, I want to eat it. And then she'd, like, go down on me or stuff, and I'd be like, oh, I got to go to school.
This is
I want to eat it, she'd say?
Yeah.
Your cum?
Yeah. And then she'd go to, and then I'd finish up and run off to Marco Forster Junior High.
This is one of the most distressing things I've ever heard. No wonder you've turned out like you have.
Yeah.
The worst of the week countdown continues.
We've reached the top. Number 1 on the worst of the week countdown. I am Sam Roberts. For more of me, you can visit notsam.com and tweet me at notsam. In the meantime, James Cahn was in studio on the Opie and Anthony show this week. This guy is a Hollywood legend. He's an icon. He's beyond an A-lister. So what was he doing on our show? I don't know, but he was awesome. James Cahn was a great guest. I hope he comes back. I'm sure he never will. So enjoy this appearance. James Cahn, this week on the O&A Show.
Number 1.
When you did The Godfather and you started shooting, and obviously that changed your life. How did Brando treat you?
We got along great.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Before and after. I'd say anything and he'd laugh. I mean, it was just
shit.
He was the best.
Was that the part you initially read for or no? Was Sonny the part you originally went for, or did you go for, had you gone in for another screen test first?
No, that whole story is such
bullshit.
Nonsense.
It is.
When Francis got, I had done with Duval, who's like my oldest friend in the business, or in the business, period. One of the two. When Francis got the picture, I was with the Evans at the time, and first they were looking at Gus Garvis, who did see it, wonderful. But Francis was so perfect because he's a Mediterranean Italian. He ain't a Brooklyn Italian.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at the picture, I think the success of the picture had to do with, you condoned everything because it was for the sake of family. People would say, was that a real horse's head? That's all I cared about. People got their heads covered. But it's true,
Yeah.
But if you did it for my sister, I did it for your brother, you did it. So, and that's what made it, I think. And he was like, music and art. And, anyway, this first cast immediately was Bobby and, Al, who, we didn't know at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Myself and Brando. So the geniuses who now take all the credit say, if you mention Brando's name again, you're fired. You can't mention him. And then Al, Al was wonderful, but I don't know, he was sort of shy. I don't know what it was. So he wasn't shining on these. And we went up to Zoetrope, and for about the price of 4 corned beef sandwiches, we did these tests on 16 millimeter, Eleanor, his wife, gave us a haircut with a bowl on the head. It was like a bad picture.
That's unbelievable.
Swear to God. Yeah. And so then we went home, see you later. It was the cast. Wow. Now all the stuff started. These people who think for a living, or get paid to think for a living, rather. They, oh no, you can't use Brando, we don't want Al. So about 2-3 months later, Francis is preparing everything, and he calls me one night. So it had to be about 3 a.m. Their times. He goes, Jimmy, I said, what? I had done the Rain People with him already, he says, then once you come in the test, I said, what, you got a Porsche you want me to drive around the block? He says, no, please, don't even go there. I said, please, just come in for me. So I go in. Now, all of a sudden, I'm testing for Michael. I want you to play Michael. Michael? No, but I knew Francis. Francis was not one of these guys that hit and miss. This guy was like the best. Mm-hmm. At the time, other things, happen in life. He's still, brilliant. But then there was nothing better. But he had, visions. He wanted Michael to be the Sicilian looking one, the authentic, and Sonny was the Americanized version of, so he had even the looks that he wanted.
Wow. Right? Yeah.
So I knew that was wrong. And I made it was horrible. And then they tested the Bobby thing and, and Puzo wrote a book, The Making of the Godfather. This is serious radio, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
For it.
So
Go for it.
So Mario in a book said if Cahn had tits, he'd have played K. But I knew what Francis wanted. So at the end of the day, he'd sneak Al in again, and do that. They'd go crazy.
They really didn't want Al. Wow.
No, but here's the and every actor you could name was sitting in this room this huge room sitting against the floor. It was disgusting.
Wow.
You name them. The big, with stupidest accents you ever heard. Italian, Irish, whatever. Didn't matter. They were all there. And after this all day at 10, poor Francis. And I go home. And then at one point they had this Carmen Caridi going to play me. I was going to play Michael. I was nauseous.
Yeah.
I go home. And then, Ruddy and the girl that was one of the runners of, Paramount at the time. Oh gosh. Anyway, senior moment. They came into and I said, stick this picture up your ass. All right.
Wow.
And
yeah.
Bobby says, I'm throwing him out of the 30-story window. I'm gone. And I got on a train. I was in such a hurry. I'm not testing again. jumped on a train and went and did this 10-day part that they made part of the deal. Jimmy, would you do this before you come to do The Godfather? So I did this picture in Chicago. And then that night they called back and everything was set.
Wow.
So basically my point is they spent, at the time now, $450,000, which is like $40 million today.
Yeah. That's a whole movie budget.
On tests. And they wound up with the same cast they had for the four Corby
started.
When they started.
Right. Corby Chambers. That's like a General Electric product. Progress is our most important product, you know.
When did you know the movie was going to be a masterpiece? When did you realize, holy crap, we got something? Never?
No, look, I mean...
Because you never know officially. You could have a great cast and all that.
Answer.
Right.
I knew, and which to me is a huge ingredient, you know, like, that we all liked each other. I knew I was really good people, and we laughed, and that's... I don't care. You can go to movies, and I'm not one guy that says, like any other guy, either get moved, I don't get moved, I have a good time, I don't sit there and analyze it. But you can always tell inadvertently that the people are liking each other. I don't care what the subject matter is, Somehow it comes off the screen. So we had that. I had great actors with me. The head of every department, this is all Francis is doing. Like Dean Tavaleros was nobody. He became like, one of the great secretaries. Walter Murch became the sound guy in the business. Gordy Willis, became so every one of these departments had Dick Smith, who's like a genius, with makeup special effect. All these people were put together by Francis,
And they wound up being like amazing
the top in their field.
artists.
Wow.
Wow.
That's a talent, being able to just identify
that's the point,
that. And how old was
he was
Francis
smart
at the
enough to
time
agree,
to be able to butt heads with a
33?
studio like that?
33, and he's making a mess.
It's amazing. Yeah.
What was Luca like as a person, the guy who played Luca? Because I'm hoping he wasn't really like that guy.
Oh, yeah.
Was he really
Oh, yeah.
My friend who introduced me to him was here with me today. But he was, one of the great. I got so many great stories with Luca. He was the big, scariest son of a gun.
Yeah.
But when he's on a set, he was like a little girl, like
really.
And he'd talk like this, very almost he had feminine moves.
Really?
So, and this is genius of Francis. It's a good story, and you got a long, boring show. So.
Absolutely. Believe me, until you walked in, it was 3 hours of mediocrity. We need you to stay till tomorrow.
So Lenny comes in. Now, he weighs about 350, about 6 feet. He had hands like shoe boxes. He was his big. His fingers, he was the masked marvel years ago in the wrestling world, which was like a famous wrestler. And anyway, he did work with, with some friends. They, whatever their business was. And anyway, he was just one of the fellas,
Right.
So now they see this guy, they go, oh my God, it's Luca Brasi. So I think one of the first scenes we did, and he was like so scared. I can't explain it to you. His chest, they don't make clothing out of that. So he had this dark, and he was a real black Italian, what they call black. He looked like, this Indian. So he's walking around. And the first scene, he had to come in the door. So I had a close up, the door opens, Brando's behind him. And he comes in, Luca comes in. And he says, Don Colio, I am happy to be here on the day of your daughter's wedding. May your first child be a masculine one. Francis goes, cut. All right, Lenny, a little more.
A little more something.
Okay, boss. Don Colio. I am. But it was that staccato thing, Right. Now he grabs me on the side. Francis says, Jimmy, do something. Do something. Hey, I'm not even listening. But he knows that I know. But my friend, do something. What do you want me to do? Loosen him up. Do something. I don't care what you do. But do something. Loosen him up. So I take him over. I take him in the corner and we're talking. I go, Lenny, hey, come on. We got to have some fun. We got to make us laugh. What? He's got a tongue, looks like, a shoe. So I said, look, when you come in, right, it's a close-up. When you say, Don Colio, stick your tongue out, and I put F-U on it.
You can say it.
Fuck you.
Far away. No. I put fuck you on his tongue.
Yeah.
and a piece of tape. But I said, come, let me put the... Jimmy, don't do this. Come on, Lenny, stop. Please, don't do this to me like a little kid. Don't make me do this. I said, Lenny, you got to do it. We got to have some laughs. It's just for laughs. Well, this took 20 minutes. Please, I'm not... Don't make me call my friend. Anyway, he does it. They open the door and he goes, Don Corio. Well, everybody laughed. Brando laughed. Everybody laughed. So Lenny felt pretty good. Okay, let's do it again, right? Don. Nothing changed. But Brando was so funny when he answered me and went, Luca, and then, fuck you too. And I'll tell you the genius of Francis. This is really genius. That was shot, the interior of that was shot 3 weeks before we did the outside, the scene that preceded it. You know, the wedding? Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, it was never in the script. He's got Luca in the corner, if you remember, rehearsing.
Yeah.
So it was perfect. You know, it was like,
to make that stunt.
And I am honored to be.
So he had to add that.
Now
he put that in, and it was great. So it was like,
now it justifies how he sounded.
Yeah, it was a rehearsed
in the room.
He was nervous, you know.
That's perfect.
That's a great story.
That's amazing.
And the kids ran in, and he just left it, right? Wasn't that an accident when the 3 children ran in during Luca talking to him? Yeah, I heard that the kids just kind of ran in, and he left that in.
I don't know. We left, you know, we did a lot of
hilarious
accidents.
That was hilarious because he practiced so much, and then the kids screw it all up for him. On your daughter's wedding, for your daughter's wedding. He fucking stumbled.
But that was all perfect. But it all became perfect because you see him studying.
Of course. It brings it together.
That's right.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, he really was. He did not give a smooth delivery. Looking down at the paper, he had one thing to say. He's going to look at the paper.
Killer. That's what he was supposed to do.
He was a piece of work.
Yeah.
He was in The Jerk with Steve Martin. He played... I think he played Iron Balls McGinty. Steve Martin kicks him in the balls, and he's got a fucking metal balls, and Steve Martin hurts his foot.
They were all such iconic characters that everybody from The Godfather, you when you saw them after that, you'd know, that's the guy from The Godfather.
Right.
No, Lenny was, off camera. I told the story last night. It's one of my favorite. We were all, a bunch of us, from... the city pals, all my good friends. And we decided to go with one of my friends who liked to, throw parties and this and that. Benny Goodman was playing in the Rainbow Grill, right? The whole band. And that's a small place. So you can imagine what the tariff was. It was like stupid. So Lenny was notoriously one of the cheapest guys. He never had more than $20 in his pocket. I saw somebody give him $10,000. He'd send $980 home to his wife, right? So he only had $20. So we go up to the Rainbow Grill. There's six of us at the table. I'm just having drinks, but it was a dinner show. But how do you pay Benny Goodman's band, So everybody's in tuxedos from Park Avenue paying. I don't know what happened. So all we had was a couple drinks, we'll listen to Benny Goodman, it was great, and this and that. And my friend, who always grabs the bill, you can't get the bill, he grabs the bill, he says, give me the bill, and he grabs the bill, and he never says anything, but this was so ridiculous. He says to me, he says, Jesus, he said, well, these are phone numbers. He says, what, we buy this freaking place? So and then with that, Lenny overheard, he goes, I'll take care of it.
Oh, no.
And we both looked like, this is impossible. These not, especially after guys said, these are tough. What'd you say? He says, my friend says, just to see what would happen. He goes, yeah, God, yeah. So now Lenny's sitting, and he had a glass full of ice. And there was like 7, 8 guys behind us with 3, 4 women. This huge table. Took the ice, just threw it over his throat, right in the middle of the table. There we go. He says, hey, you dirty this and that, you never. And it took Lenny about a half hour to get up. He went, oh, he stood up like that. He had 2 guys like holding him off the ground like this. Here come the manager, running over. Said, please, what are you doing? And then he says, whispers, You want this to happen every Saturday night? Give me the bill. He goes back and he says, come on, I took care of it.
Wow, what a great story.
Fucking horrified people in real life.
It's the real deal.
No, he was funny. He was a good guy.
We're being told you got to go. You got a lot of
You're
press.
a busy man.
We could talk to you all day.
Busy man today?
I'd like to sit here.
Yeah, really?
The rest of the crap ain't that interesting. I'm really comfortable.
Fucking great, man.
The show is, and I saw the pilot. It was very funny, and the dialogue. It's very hard to believe that it's actually on network TV.
It's
but
really,
again,
it's really good to hear that they're going for it.
I'm not surprised the Cullen brothers are involved with this. I did not know they were until James came in.
No, but Rob, there are saner people locked up than
I know.
He's just mad, and the staff is great. You know, Maggie and my cast is just unbelievable. Ben and the kid and the girl that plays Lulu is unbelievable. So I mean, it's really nice. The kids are great. And I like getting up in the morning, and that's worth a lot of money.
Yeah,
and I'll just say
unlike you guys who get everything.
Just miserable.
The show opens with you bashing a car window with a baseball bat. No, it opens.
Oh, they do the freeze phone.
Yeah. That's how the show opens, and it's just a very interesting opening to a sitcom. And it's called Back in the Game, and it's fucking James Caan.
It's great.
And again, the Cullen brothers, very fucking funny guys. So I'm very happy they're
Mark's
involved.
Married, so he's got to be. He is more executive like, or tries to control it. And when we first got together, and they wrote it for me, they said, right. And all I remember Mark saying, now I have two of them.
James Caan, what a
pleasure,
blast, man. Thanks so much.
Well, thanks, guys.
Great time. Thank you.
I want you to come do my radio show.
Oh, where's that?
Not yet. I'm happy.
All right, we'll do that. we'll do it for sure.
That's the best we got from last week. I mean, that's the best we have from the past week. The Opie and Anthony Worst of the Week countdown is available whenever you want. SiriusXM.com/on-demand for details. This is the Opie and Anthony channel on SiriusXM.
I am the new way to work, and I am not alone. More companies, from the startups to the large multi-location companies, are realizing that office solutions from Regis are tailor-made for their needs, whatever those needs may be. With Regis, they get to invest in their business instead of lobby art and phone systems. They get the local presence they need without the long-term lease. I am the new way to work, and I'd like you to join me. Start now and get 2 months free at regis.com/radio or call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
LJ has a great arm, but is too inconsistent to start at quarterback.
Ashley is usually a great basketball player, but chokes up when the game is on the line.
These players are great physically, but fall short with their mental game. Now they can do what elite athletes in Europe have learned. Go to iaimtowin.com. Take the Reese Motivation Profile for sports and discover your bad mental habits and what to do about them.
That's iaimtowin.com.
A message to all taxpayers. Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? If so, the IRS has the power to garnish your wages and even take your home or business. If the IRS has sent you letters, don't ignore it. Your problem will not go away. Now is the time to take action, since the IRS has recently released new programs designed for struggling taxpayers. One of these programs even allows you to settle your tax debt and have up to 85% or more taken off the amount you owe if you qualify. Even better, the IRS stops all collection activities against you, allowing you to pay off the reduced amount each month. If you have unfiled tax returns, are receiving threatening letters, or being issued a bank levy or wage garnishment, take action now. 911 Tax Relief's expert team of tax professionals can immediately protect you from the IRS collectors and get you the best possible settlement. Call 1-800-352-9186. 1-800-352-9186. 1-800-352-9186.
Are you tired of traveling alone? Introducing MissTravel.com, the travel dating website brought to you by the same people who created What'sYourPrice.com. MissTravel.com allows you to find beautiful women who want to travel with you.
You know, I travel for work often, and I never have time to date.
Who says it has to be all work and no play? With MissTravel.com, you can quickly find thousands of gorgeous women who would love to travel with you.
Really?
Really. On MissTravel.com, meet one or more women from anywhere in the world and have them join you on vacation or your business trip.
Anywhere?
Anywhere, anytime. Whether it's a relaxing weekend in Aruba or that trade show in Sin City, Miss Travel makes it easy to find that perfect travel companion. Go to misstravel.com, join for free, and enter code RADIO to receive double the amount of credits. Just go to misstravel.com. See why ABC's 2020 says Miss Travel works. Zip on over to misstravel.com. That's MISS travel.com.
From the producer of Pumping Iron and narrator Mickey Rourke comes a gripping story about the world's most controversial sport.
We're the meatheads. We're the idiots. We're able to do something that 99% of the people on the earth can do.
Myself as a bodybuilder should be someone constantly striving to be 1% better every day.
The Village Voice gives it 4 stars. The LA Times calls Generation Iron compelling and energetic.
People don't respect it. Like, oh, I can do that with steroids. You couldn't do what I do.
Generation Iron, now playing. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13.
Feel like telling someone to fuck off?
Fuck yeah.
I like where this is going.
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line.
You can do anything. You can literally do anything you want.
Say something. Do what you gotta do.
866-FU line 1. That's 866-FU-LINE-1.
Fun stuff.
That's genius.
Amazing. I love it. It's the Opie and Anthony FU line. And if your call doesn't suck, it just might make it on the air. Fuck yeah. This is Friends of the Show. Friends of the Show. Audio entertainment courtesy of the people you hear and hear about on the Opie and Anthony Show. This week, Tom Papa's SiriusXM show, Come to Papa.
Very excited about my guest today, the actor, comedian, talk show host, call-in talk show menace, the great Kevin Pollock. Kevin has been a stand-up comedian since he was a tiny child, very tiny, somewhere around 2'3". And his quick success landed him his first HBO special, and he was touring around the country and got sick of it and decided, why don't I go into movies? So he started a film acting career, breaking through with A Few Good Men when people really took notice because he was with Tom Cruise and Demi Moore and somehow managed to not look hideous. Kevin went on to have great roles in Usual Suspects, Casino, Grumpy Old Men, and is a real live movie star. His stand-up career has rarely, if ever, been neglected. He continues to tour and is also the host of the great podcast Kevin Pollock's Chat Show, which can be listened to and watched on kevinpollockchatshow.com, downloaded on Earwolf and iTunes. You get it through Amazon. If you have like a friend who has a TV, who has a connection to a phone, you can watch it on there too. It's really great. And I just found out it's been on for 5 years. Just insane that I haven't been on it. Kevin, with all that you've done, at what point in your career did you notice a void and say to yourself, it won't be complete until I end up on Come to Papa?
It was just last week I was thinking, what's missing? I need one more take on the whole intro.
I thought it was good. There was one.
It was
little,
good.
There was one little.
It was good. It was a little. Someone's reading what they wrote.
Yeah,
because I've seen you work in the Soderbergh films, and I enjoy it. I'm a fan of yours when it comes to proper line reading.
Well, I'm kind of stealing it a little bit from Charlie Rose.
Okay,
where he does the intro, and it's pretty much. So you want to just the rundown.
You want to be old and boring
of this guy, old and boring. And I noticed that you stole his desk and the black background.
I stole his look, his whole aesthetic. Yes,
but what I like about the chat show is it's the comedian's version of the Charlie Rose show.
Yeah.
The desk is the desk, but it's not varnished.
No, sir, not varnished, nor the outfits. Yeah, and. You know, the great thing about, first of all, who knew we'd all want to be in radio?
Jack Benny did.
Yeah. Yeah. And it made sense in the 40s.
Right.
It is fantastic, the podcast world, and I did sort of get in slightly ahead of the game.
Yeah.
Even a few months before Mark Maron, which is hard to believe because he's surpassed everyone.
Right.
In terms of, because all of these shows, including Carson on The Tonight Show, they're all about the host personality, and they're all guest-driven, yes.
Right.
But if you don't like the host's personality,
right,
you can forget everything else.
Yeah.
Like, I can't get enough of O&A. I love you on their show. I was listening to it from their first day back from vacation on the way here. But if I hear Sam's voice, I want to kill myself.
Right.
So, you know,
I have the same. Fans have the same reaction with me when I'm on that show.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Although my better half and I, she's a huge fan too. She actually turned me on to him several years ago.
They're great.
But she, we talk all the time about them, and then so I was coming here today, and we both sort of delighted in that how much they love you,
right?
And you're not really of their ilk.
No, I'm not.
Right.
And I really do. I'm being honest. When half of their fans will say, "So great when you're on, it's such a good twist,"
and the other half set them on fire.
Like, why are you ruining?
Oh no,
the best 3 hours of my day.
It's worse than that. It's just they want you set on fire.
Right. Exactly.
They don't want you to stop coming by. They want you,
especially on that show. They want you to have AIDS.
Yes.
They want your face to fall off. No, but they're cool, and they're amazing. You can kind of just be yourself, which is kind of fun.
Yeah,
you know, and they're big fans of yours.
I'm going to go see them next week. I started filming a documentary,
right,
that you've foolishly agreed to be a part of, and so I'm going to get them and Jimmy.
Oh, that's good.
Camera.
Can you talk about the documentary?
Yeah,
in more detail.
Yeah, we just started yesterday. So,
oh, really?
And it hit the trades.
Oh, that's always nice.
We even made Nikki Fink, which is so pathetic.
Yeah,
although when the pilot I did this last go round did not go,
right?
Even though everyone, including Nikki Fink, picked it as the #1 pilot as a lock, which means you're fucked.
Yeah.
Is there a language thing on this?
No, there's not.
Okay.
Where was the pilot?
I'll tell you about that.
Okay.
So I told the show's creator, we're going to find out from Nikki Fink. I know the network's supposed to tell you.
Right.
And I know the studio's supposed to tell you, because you created The Shield.
Right.
Right? This guy's amazing.
Yeah.
Sean.
You should get a phone call.
Yeah. I know that they owe you that call, but someone within their office, or even the higher-ups will say,
right,
I have to tell Sean so he can tell his cast, so make sure Nikki Fink has the story. Because she broke it.
She did.
And I told him that she would, and he said, no, please, Kevin. Come on.
God.
It's my show. They're going to tell me. She broke the story.
She did.
All caps. Shocker. Yeah, it was
a couple of those
Beverly Hills Cop pilot.
Oh, yeah.
Eddie Murphy had a $10 million kill fee.
What?
Yes, for those listening that don't understand that phrase and are now dying to because it sounds sexy.
It is sexy.
You get someone like Eddie Murphy to be in a television pilot. You give him a piece of the show.
Yeah.
So he'll come back a couple times a year in the series. Because it was about his character, Axel Foley, passing the baton to his son, played by comedian Brandon T. Jackson.
Right.
Who also happens to be a Detroit cop.
Right.
You know, because you want to follow in the family business. Let's not kid ourselves. But Sean Ryan, who did The Shield and other great stuff, is a brilliant writer, and Barry Sonnenfeld directed. I mean, this thing was so top-heavy.
Yeah.
Only the great Les Moonves could see through the greatness and logic and say, fuck it.
Half hour?
No, hour.
Hour?
It was a dramedy. I mean, it was Beverly Hills Cop. It was the same tone.
Jeez.
In fact, it tested so great that Paramount, the mothership of the movie franchise, woke up and said, oh, and then greenlit another Beverly Hills Cop movie.
Really?
Once the pilot died. You get Eddie Murphy, you have to give him a piece of the show, and you have to give him a kill fee, which means if the pilot does not get picked up to series, you agree ahead of time to pay a kill fee. I had one once, a giant kill fee, and of course they picked up the show.
Of course.
But that's how they always know what your number is.
Right.
If you don't want to do, and then again, this was Les Moonves again, actually.
Really?
He's a great fan to have, and I'm certainly not going to attempt in any way, shape, or form to badmouth him here because I ain't stupid. But he's like old school show business, like the old guys who ran the studio.
He's like the last one in network.
But I mean, the mentality, the sort of bully tactics. If you piss him off, he will crush you like a fucking walnut and hold a grudge.
Yeah.
But if he loves you, he did like 9 failed pilots with George Clooney.
Right.
And not just because George was pretty. He believed in this guy.
Yeah.
And then greenlit ER.
Man, oh man, $10 million.
So they had to give a $10 million. If we don't pick this pilot up to series, we will write a check for $10 million. So that was one of the reasons that all the agents and all the prognosticators said, well, this is going.
Yeah.
And then it tested through the roof, on top of which, so there was no reason other than political and who knows what.
Yeah.
But all the...
Who knows what? I mean, was there some EP that didn't like, they didn't like? Or?
You know, the truth is, we'll probably never know. And I talked to Sean Ryan, the show's creator, about it. We'll probably never know.
Yeah.
But it was then, with the kill fee, then it became too expensive to set it up someplace else, because all the other networks would have to then pay the $10 million also.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Was it expensive to make?
Oh, sure.
It was?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you think that was
and
part
they
of
just
it?
set that money on fire.
Yeah.
That's the beautiful thing about television pilots.
Right, exactly.
80% die.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It really is a dumb model.
So it's a model designed to fail. So as is the auditioning process, which I write about. I actually spent a lot of time writing about it in my only book, which came out maybe 6-7 months ago, called How I Slept My Way to the Middle.
You know, it's funny because as we were prepping for this interview, and I remember the book, and I was like, I should just download all day yesterday. I was like, if I could just get it to the Kindle, I could read some of it before he comes in. And I was like, screw it, I'll just stay online.
You know, I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand how people who do this, interviews.
Yeah,
they like Jon Stewart or. They start an interview by saying, your book is amazing and here's why. And I think, did 4 people read it and give them Cliff Notes? Because they're so good.
They're really good. John's really one of the best at it.
I read your book. And
yeah.
You know, there's no fucking way.
And they're sitting with the book on the desk, and it's a good 400-page book.
It's a good 4-pound book.
Right.
It's as thick as, what's her name would ask in Goodfellas how much you need, and she would just hold out her finger and thumb.
Oh yeah,
how much
Karen.
Right.
Yeah, I'm always curious about that because they really know
You're
what
a fan
they're
of the
talking
Goodfellas?
about. Yeah.
All right. What apartment number is Janice Rossi in?
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about when she goes.
Yeah.
Your superintendent. There's a 4 living in.
I don't know.
Janice Rossi. She's a horse.
Here's what I want to ask you.
All right. The rest of the interview, by the way, I will only speak as Johnny Carson.
The impression thing and the acting thing. There is I want to know does it make you a better actor? Because I have some movie star friends,
yes, you do.
And they all do impressions.
Do they really?
They all have a couple guys that they do in a great way.
Right.
And Kevin Spacey does, who's not a friend of mine, but does it. And all these guys kind of have this thing.
You see Matt Damon, who's a friend of yours.
Damon,
I'm sure, do McConaughey.
Yeah, does him and does a whole bunch of others.
It's ridiculous.
And also they have a real keen sense in movie trivia, and they've kind of digested all of that. Is the knowledge of how people speak in the movies and their personality, do you think it helped you as an actor, or are you just kind of immersed in all of it and there's no beginning or end to it?
I think as the geek shall inherit the earth continues to flourish as a phenomenon.
Yeah.
What you are nerdy or geeky about as a kid can become a career.
Right.
And in our case, I think most of us were obsessed a little with either comedians or the movies.
Yeah.
Your average performer.
Right.
Your average person who suffers from "hey, look at me" disease and made a career out of it.
Right.
Was a little obsessive, if not geek, about the world.
Yeah.
So I used to walk. My mom would take me to the movies when I was 5 or 6, and I used to walk out of the theater impersonating, not knowing what impersonating meant, one of the actors in the movie.
Right.
But not, by the way, not one of the actors, one of the characters in the movie, because I didn't know at that young age. But and this was hilarious and entertaining to my mother for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for her, I did it for a couple of days.
Yeah.
And that's definitely where it all started.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I started mocking the football coach in high school because, you know, as the shorter Jew, I was just selling the concession. And then that led to I was entertaining my friends doing the football coach in the quad.
Yeah,
you remember the quad?
Uh-huh.
And someone came up from behind me, got me in a headlock, and it was one of those headlocks where you knew you were going to pass out in a matter of seconds. And it was the football coach whispering in my ear, "I heard about it, and I don't think it's funny." And as I was passing out, I remember thinking, I could probably do Marlon Brando. He's not going to get me in a headlock. Right?
You're right.
But I do think your theory is correct. As I venture away from my material and back into a conversation, which is, I don't know why we do that. But
it's so great.
Yeah. But I think as I discovered I could do impersonations and I would study the physical attributes of my subject and not just their voice, I learned how to act. For sure.
Right.
By photocopying the actors that I admired.
Right.
And then I recently saw Johnny Depp, who I truly believe is one of the greatest actors of his or any generation. I really, really do.
Yeah.
But then I saw, and also he's just one of those great characters now, you know. He's like, he is half pirate now. When he talks to Letterman, you know, there's a little Robin Williams in there, but not quite. There's got enough Keith Richards now. You know? We live in Paris, Stephen. Yes.
All his bangles on.
Yeah, right. And
he's got so many accessories.
Yeah, more guy liner than Ray Liotta. Isn't that something? So I think he's amazing. But he was on Letterman saying how. We'd all heard that The Pirate was built on Keith Richards, but every performance he's ever given was built by a couple of famous actors.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like I don't remember the exact ones, but he said this character was based on these two famous. I did a little bit of this guy, I did a little bit. And I thought, really, that's how this great actor builds his character?
Yeah.
So, and then I realized, sadly, that's all I've been doing.
Right. But in the acting or just in
the
your
acting.
act?
I was very lucky in A Few Good Men that I worked with one of the all-time great character actors, J.T. Walsh, who I confessed to in his trailer very early on. He played Markinson, the guy who kills himself, and he's one of the great character actors in history. Grifters, God, just amazing.
Yeah.
Everything. Sling Blade is the guy in the beginning at the crazy house.
Right.
Drags the chair. So I said, look, I have had no formal training, and I'm in this giant movie now, surrounded by movie stars and you, one of the greatest actors ever. What am I going to do? And he said, well, you're already doing what's called, which is an actual technique. It's called less is more.
Mm-hmm.
I've watched you, and you're already doing that.
Right.
Because you're so afraid someone's going to catch you. You're trying not to be caught acting.
Right.
Which, by the way, is all any of us are doing.
Right.
That's what we're doing.
That's good to hear.
We're trying to not be caught acting ever.
Right.
Those of us who give a shit. There's people who are hams and chewing scenery and swinging it for the fences, and he said a couple of them in this film. But he said, so you're already doing less is more, and I will tell you there's a second half of that technique that you need to now focus on, which is nothing is best. Less is more, nothing is best. If you could actually do nothing in a scene, and somehow still focus by doing nothing, then you win. And that's all I've been trying to do for the last 64 movies. Because Few Good Men was number 8. And I only know the exact number because A, it makes me laugh, and B, there's things like IMDb and people in your face, are you really in 105 things? And I go, I'm not in 105 things. I better go find out what they're talking about. And you go to the thing, oh, all these things are TV things.
Right, you get a bunch of TV, yeah. But that is really kind of amazing because you really have this thing where you've got this ability, which you found out early on, that you can do impressions of other people, and you made it into a career. Yeah. And then you move into a thing where you really you're not going to be, you're going to be you. It's going to be just you. And you do come through, like in your roles, it's definitely you.
You have to.
Yeah.
It's what makes you interesting as an actor. It's what makes Bill Murray a superstar.
Right.
And he's a better actor than you give him credit for. Now that he's working with Wes Anderson, you're starting to see it. But early on, you know, when he did Razor's Edge, it was a remake of a film. And he insisted around the Ghostbusters success days of doing this little tiny film. And anyways, you have to, your personality has to come through. It's what sets us apart.
Right. Now, but the other side of it, when you get size, I mean, now you're, I'm sure, doing offers and stuff like that, but in the beginning, whenever you have to audition, or even if you're just developing a character, when you have the role, I do it. I'll read it and be like, oh, this seems like Oliver Platt, or this seems like William H. Macy. These guys pop into my head as I'm reading it, and I'll even start in my head kind of not even trying to do it, but doing him in a way, those mannerisms and things, and you kind of slowly let that kind of dissolve, and hopefully it just ends up you at the end. But do you have that same thing where you kind of can see?
Yeah.
You know who would be great at this part?
Yeah, it's funny. It usually takes some actor that making it their own for any character to be realized off the page. So this came up at my weekly poker game last night. We rarely talk about, you're not even allowed to talk about your own career or things that are going well, because you're playing with your friends and they will immediately bust your balls about discussing yourself.
Yeah.
But every now and then someone will ask you a question, and then it's okay to talk about yourself.
Yeah.
This is a very tough room.
This is good friends. Yeah.
And it came up, any regrets, any one role that, because that's always, for some reason, that's always what people want to know.
Of course,
I don't know. I guess because secretly they want you to suffer. They want you to be in pain. This conversation's going well, but was there a moment in your life that you'd like to regret right now?
Right.
And feel horrible?
It's funnier.
Yeah, it is funnier. Which is why, by the way, the documentary, which I've refused to talk about so far after saying yes, of course.
Yeah, we'll get
it's
to it.
called Misery Loves Comedy because, and the same thing is true with poker. We have a saying, poker players remember the hands they lose, not the hands they win.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So the regret was, and again, this is a perfect example of an actor realizing it and making it, in his case, historical as a television role.
Mm-hmm.
But when I read the script for Monk, I didn't want to play Felix Unger for 6 years. Because when you read a pilot script, you have to envision this is what I'll be doing in success for the next 6 years.
Right.
Unless there's a $10 million kill fee, then you go home and pray that it dies on the vine. So when I read it, he was way more persnickety, way more obnoxiously officious.
Right.
Yeah, just not likable.
Yeah.
At all. And I couldn't wrap my brain around how to make it charming.
Right.
And then, Tony Shalhoub was not only brilliant before that, but because of, he won Golden Globes, he won Emmys,
Yeah.
he was genius in that part. That I just didn't see it.
Yeah.
I couldn't see it. I mean, and again, it really was do I want to be this obnoxiously annoying person for 6 years?
Right.
Because television does transcend you more than a movie role into what people perceive you as.
Right.
Any fan of Monk, when they see Tony Shalhoub in the real world, expect him to pick lint off their shirt.
Right, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
And so it was...
What's interesting is you do a great Peter Falk, and it's kind of a similar... It kind of has this thing to it.
Yeah. But Peter Falk picking lint off your shirt,
right,
I found obnoxious.
Right.
And it may be because I don't like people like that.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what I mean?
You just have,
I have, everyone I think has a little control issue. I'm going to admit mine now, and then I'm going to ask you to share yours.
Okay.
I like a clean counter.
So do I.
Right? So do I. What is that?
I
like a clean counter.
My wife will wipe down the counter and then walk away, and I come and see that it's dried streaky.
You'll come through in a Monk fashion.
And I see there's streaks. Yeah. And I'll do the whole thing. She's like, I just did that. I'm like, yeah, but not the right way.
What is the fucking clean counter?
It's nice.
Yeah, well, it's a lack of chaos,
Yeah. Are you neat about everything?
No, I'm not. Otherwise, I would have played Monk.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, seriously, I'm not.
Yeah.
But there's something about the counter.
The same thing.
As I assume our hero, or one of our heroes, George Carlin, would go off on a place for your stuff.
Right, right.
It's a lot of that. Although my desk in my office, disaster.
Really?
Yeah, but here's the only reason why. I like being everywhere in the house, but in that office, because it's not great.
Right.
It's not a big enough space. And the rest of the house is, and I like space. So now, because of the laptop, the days of the typewriter and the thing in the office, you don't have to go to the room anymore.
No.
I can sit with the laptop anywhere.
Yeah.
You know?
But don't you need to shut off?
I chose not to procreate, so there's not kids running around.
It's a big thing.
Yeah, it's a big thing.
Yeah.
So the distractions for me are, honey, you really want to watch Ghostbusters again? You've seen it 75 times. I can't do this.
Right. So it's just keeping your wife in line is your real only struggle.
Yeah.
From your whole house being the office.
Yeah. We're not
Keeping her
officially
in line.
married, but.
Oh, you're not?
But, we are.
Yeah.
I mean, I put in 20 years on the first one, and then I teamed up with someone who I knew wasn't fond of the institution, or like me, didn't want children. So then it was like, well, what's the point? Here's a ring. Here's a ring. We'll do that. So we've been engaged for 4 years.
That's great.
With no plans other than happiness.
Let me ask you.
All right.
You not having children.
Yes.
Just having the coolest lady in the world. When things come up, because you've done so many roles, and I find in my life, whenever things come up, it's always interferes with the rest of my life.
Absolutely.
It's always, we literally just moved back from New York. I just got offered a part in New York.
Sure.
Now that I'm here. And it was going to be a bigger part where I was going to have to move for 4 months.
Oh, my God.
And then it got shorter. I got a smaller role in it, but it's still it's in 3 months, and each date is a horrible date. This one's on when I'm supposed to start my tour. This one's on my child's birthday. This one's on the thing.
Yeah.
Do you feel a lot more freedom and you were able to do stuff, or does it screw your life up just as equally?
Yeah, we don't like to be apart from each other. I don't like to be away from home too long. I never really toured.
Yeah.
I still don't tour.
I don't either.
I go out and do a weekend here and a weekend there.
Yeah, I noticed that in your schedule, and I was
Yeah, the guys go out for 6-8 weeks at a time. I'm like, oh, so you have no life.
Right.
You don't want to be home.
Right, gig to gig.
Good for you.
Going from Cleveland to Pittsburgh
I can't wait to interview those people in my documentary.
Yeah.
Because it's a mentality I can't wrap my brain around. And they're out there. The Warriors are out there.
And you were never that way.
No, couldn't do
Yeah.
it. So, and then there's the old adage, if you want a job as an actor, book a vacation. So as soon as I locked this film documentary, because it's a feature film, it's a thing. So it's a schedule and a line producer and a thing.
Right.
So, the shooting schedule, so the moment it locks, 3 offers. 3.
Really?
Yeah. Which, by the way, really would have been happy with in the previous 3 or 4 months.
God.
Yeah, so that's the gypsies world that we live in. I don't. Well, it rains, it pours.
Yeah.
But I don't. It's so unfair.
Yeah.
But so is every single other aspect of show business.
Right. Yeah.
I had to create a mantra years ago to not become bitter, and I share it with you.
Okay, great.
The mantra is Chachi's a millionaire. And I've been dolphining and rocking back and forth with that for 25 years.
It really is.
And all it really means is, this 12-year-old kid, Scott Baio, walked on the set of Happy Days, a huge hit, and instantly became a television star.
Yeah.
It didn't have anything to do with paying dues or anything.
Nothing.
Anything.
Yeah.
That's just the nature of the business. These opportunities come up, and they make stars out of young people or older people.
Right.
Yeah. And then there's the in the trenches for 20 years.
Yeah.
Great guy, great act, amazing everything.
Yeah.
Just not that lucky moment.
Yeah.
So there's no justice.
Right.
There's no rhyme or reason.
Right.
You do the best you can. You hope someone recognize, and then you need the right fan. Not a lot of fans. You need the right fan.
Yeah. Who was your right fan early on? Did you have one?
Barry Levinson was the first real right fan.
Was that Avalon?
Sure, that was Avalon. But that was really the first dramatic acting.
And did you audition for that, or did he find you?
I had a screen test for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was actually one of those few moments where it was made easy for me to go, all right, forget it. So I'm doing a short summer series back so long ago, 1990, when they would do a 6-week summer series, when there was no original programming on network television during the summer.
Right.
If you could remember such a time.
Yeah.
So Christopher Guest and Rob Reiner create this way too hip for broadcast television show called Morton and Hayes, which was pretty inventive. Mm-hmm. They went out to Penn and Teller. Penn and Teller said no, and then they had to create a comedy team that existed in the 30s.
Oh, boy.
Because the whole thing is Raw Runner comes out in the beginning and says that he found old two-reelers of his favorite comedy team, Morton and Hayes. While tearing down a Foster Freeze to make room for a Dairy Queen, or vice versa, workers found a vault filled with it. So then he presents one each week. This week, Saps at Sea, and then he hits a projector and the two-reeler black and white as if it were made in the 30s.
That's great.
It was pretty amazing. We shot 6 of them, and no one ever saw them. It was great.
And it was you and who?
A guy named Bob Amaral, wonderful Broadway actor who had returned to Broadway shortly thereafter. So while I was doing that, and my head's in this incredible opportunity, my then manager says, Barry Levinson's got this movie, Avalon, at that point it was called The Family, and he had just won all the awards for Rain Man, and had done Diner and other great films.
Right.
And it was really Paul Reiser's, the comedian acting in Diner, that caught my attention first with that film.
Right.
Because he was so naturalistic as an actor, and so wonderful.
Good. Yeah.
Holy cow. And it was great inspiration for me. So when Barry Levinson had another movie coming around, and he had seen me at the Improv a couple times.
Okay.
Here's a shocker. He and Craig T. Nelson were a comedy team in the 60s in the coffee houses.
Him and Craig T. Nelson?
Craig T. Nelson. Yeah.
Wow.
And here's one bit of theirs that I think you'll like. He says, Barry Levinson said, back then nobody knew who anyone was. The performers weren't famous. There was no internet. Nobody knew who, the crowds would just go to the coffee shops.
Yeah.
And it was most of these obnoxious duos in their acoustic guitars and their rebellious lyrics. And Craig and I hated them all. So no one knew who we were either. So we decided to be introduced one night as one of these acoustic duos, and we rented guitars. And so then we approached microphones after being introduced, and we say, thank you, we're Craig and Barry, and here's our new song, hope you like it. And then we look at each other, and you do that thing where you tune up for a second, ding, 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 ding. And then you lean into the mics, and then one of us would lean back and ding, 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 ding. And then lean back in. And we did that for 9 minutes.
That's great.
It was a 9-minute piece. Now, for the first 3 minutes, it's the funniest thing you've ever seen in your life. The middle 3 minutes, they wanted to set us on fire. And if they hung in there, that last 3 minutes, great again.
All right.
They can't believe we're still doing it.
That's great.
Yeah. So he was a comedian who loved comedians.
Wow.
And if you look at his films, Soderbergh has become this. Barry's hired a stand-up comedian in every single one of his films, from Dennis Leary to Wag the Dog,
right,
to Dennis Miller in Disclosure, I think was the Demi Moore movie. Not only Robin Williams in Good Morning Vietnam, which is an obvious one, but also Robert Wool in that
right,
one.
Right.
Paul Reiser in Diner, me in Avalon. I mean, you go down the list. It's interesting, if not fantastic.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
But I think it's because he was a comedian and always sort of thinks as a comedian. And
yeah. What Soderbergh said when he cast The Informant, where he put a lot of comedians in
it. Was 74. I felt bad. I felt like I was the only comedian that had been asked.
Right.
That had not been asked, excuse me.
Yeah.
Paul F. Tompkins, I think.
Yeah, Paul F. Tompkins and Tommy
Joel
Smothers
McHale,
played my
Tommy
dad.
Smith. Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it was Alan Havey, Rick Overton.
Oh, I love Alan.
All these guys.
And Rick.
And I asked him, because it's not a comedy.
No.
It's not really
Although
a comedy.
Matt Damon's performance in that, painfully underappreciated.
Yeah.
I thought it was one of the best comedic performances of the last 25 years.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I do. I stand by that. But I have odd choices like that, like Gene Hackman from the Royal Tenenbaums.
That's so funny you say that, because I was just going to say Gene Hackman. The thing that Matt really takes away from that film was that the best thing that he got was Gene Hackman wrote him a letter saying that was the best performance he had seen in like 20 years.
And I knew to bring those two together with my own stupid story. That's weird.
That is weird. Exactly.
But there you go.
But it also shows, that what Hackman was doing was similar to what Matt was doing.
Yeah.
It's really, but Soderbergh said that the reason he cast it that way, he said comedians all bring an odd energy. Each comedian has their own quirky energy, whether they're being straight, they just have that thing, and this movie, this story is off kilter, and I don't want to treat it as just straight drama. I want the audience to be thrown off the whole way through.
Right.
So it was all, majority of it was comedians.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah. Bob Zaney came in, you know Bob
Right.
Zaney. He just came in, he had this one, this lawyer, and this is Bob Zaney, who's just that face and that kind of the shoulders and the schlubby thing.
Just horribly schlubby.
And he's coming in to give some real heavy news.
Yep.
And I cannot stop laughing. I am just staring at the button on his shirt, because anything this man says, I just completely can't. I can't.
Some people just own you. Have you noticed?
Yes.
That? There was a guy I went to high school with, was the first one that I realized, oh no, this guy says anything or does anything, and I will weep like a 9-year-old girl. I'm so laughing at him.
It's really true.
Christopher Guest was that for me when we did that project. I had to look. I called it forehead acting. I had to look in the center of his forehead,
right,
so it looked like I was looking near his eyes.
Yeah,
because every little nuance of what he was doing was the sickest, funniest thing I'd ever heard.
It's hilarious,
and so I can relate to the Zaney thing. You just fall up to pieces.
Yeah, they hook you.
No.
You're listening to Come to Pop on Sirius XM 99. I am here with the very talented Kevin Pollock. You should, what should they do? What do you want them to do? What's the most important thing right now? Is it the talk show?
Well, yeah, I mean, Kevin Pollock's chat show streams live every Sunday. There's my attorney who's telling me, did you sign a release? I sense that you're doing someone's podcast or show,
right?
And you need to sign a release. The chat show streams pretty much live every Sunday, but because of the filming, I'm rerunning, I think, Bryan Cranston.
Oh, good.
Who we did a couple years ago, and spending a couple hours with him. Cool. That's the thing about the show, to be honest, is that I insist on doing the opposite of what the internet represents, which is I talk to people for 2 hours.
Right.
Because who wants that?
Right.
But I hear from people, I love your show. I take you to the gym. I mean, I only get on the elliptical for a half hour. But,
right.
So, it takes me a week to get through your show.
It's great.
We just did Dick Van Dyke the day before
I was
he
listening to that
tried to kill himself in a car.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. He's the sweetest man in the world, and so as comedians, you can only go dark with it.
Yeah.
You can't keep saying, he's so nice.
He's such a nice man.
Yeah.
But people should definitely check that out.
By the way, I noticed in your introduction, it is ridiculous that you haven't been on. Please come on.
I will come on.
Now that you're back in L.A.
Yeah.
Honestly and truly, please, please, please.
Absolutely.
Kill a Sunday with us if your family will let you go on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Because that, I imagine, might be a family day.
It's all kind of, as a comedian, it all kind of blends in.
How is it? How long have you had this place? Did you keep it while you were in New York?
Yeah, I kept it while I was in New York. I've had this place for like 8 years.
Okay, so you filled it with a lot of stuff for the listener. I'm in his living room. You filled it with a lot of stuff that really gives the impression that you're a very mild-mannered, happy family man. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of accoutrements, but I'm going to say no. I'm going to say there's a dungeon somewhere with chains and equipment.
There is, funny enough, in New York, the apartment I had before this last one, it was a duplex. It was a Chelsea duplex.
Sure.
Which sounds nice, but it was more narrow than any hallway in your house.
Okay.
And there was a spiral staircase downstairs.
Which looks sexy when you see it the first time, but it's a hell.
It's now the children's room when they first had them. And we always had trouble getting them to go to sleep. And you look back at why. Because we were sending them into the dungeon, down this metal, echoey thing, put them in the darkness.
Get down there.
Get down there. There was a poster for some you've probably seen it. It's like this French liqueur, and it has like a green devil holding it. It's in every Pottery Barn, and that was like their.
Oh yeah,
that was in our hallway.
Every Pottery Barn,
and then you just grown-ups yelling at you from above the stairs. Shut up and get to sleep. And we wonder why they didn't sleep for so long.
I think it showed up at the Z Gallery, by the way, the first time. That poster.
Yeah, Z Gallery is exactly where it was.
So the Kevin Pollock Chat Show is on iTunes. Earwolf, thank you. They've recently come on board to license all the episodes.
Yeah, that's
and
good.
the library it goes deep.
Does go deep.
Over 180 of these interviews, but also like Elon Musk, the CEO and founder of Tesla Motors. A little off the beaten track sometimes from show business.
It's pretty great. Why did you start to do it? Were you just kind of knocking around like I should do something?
I went to visit a internet mini mogul jerk friend that I met through poker at his giant facility, and he had this little studio space, and I walked in it, and I said, "What is this?" And he said, "Oh, one of my employees does This Week in YouTube, a little wrap-up show on the internet." And before I could stop myself from saying a thought that popped into my head, in words in order I'd never contemplated prior. It's important to know that. I said, I think I'd like to do a Charlie Rose, but fun from here. And my life was never the same.
Amazing.
We went live 5 weeks later.
And you do it every week. And it's live every week.
It tries to be live every week, and almost is.
Yeah.
And now with the Earwolf thing, because we drop new episodes every Tuesday on Earwolf, so now I can take less time off because they're better at getting us sponsors and stuff. So that's good.
Right.
But yeah, the library's in iTunes and YouTube, and it's everywhere. Because I being an honest narcissist, insisted on HD cameras and not just. Although 80% of our downloads are in fact audio only.
Really?
Of course. Because
it's true.
My idea was to video document these interviews.
Yeah.
Because that's the world I came from.
Right.
And then someone said, these are also audio podcasts. And I said, oh, are they? That's terrific. So if people want to listen, they can. And then that completely dominates.
It's so funny because when I do this show, people are always like, you should videotape it. I'm like, who wants to see it?
Why? Right. No one has time for that. Right. And also, we shoot in HD. You know how long it takes to download an HD video?
Yeah, you're right.
Even with the fastest, greatest computers, a major pain in the ass. If you run a movie from iTunes, you're on the road or something on your laptop, are you downloading in HD?
Right.
I don't think so.
No way.
No
way.
Anywho, so there's that.
So what do you do when you work?
And then the other thing I'm doing, I became a little obsessed with Christopher Walken.
That's so funny. Yeah, talk about this. It's hilarious.
Yeah. So I have the queerest brag of anyone you know. Even though on Opie Anthony, our friends, I was on not too long ago with Jay Moore, who insisted on their show that my Christopher Walken was the best, even though I would say the same about him.
Were you doing it before him?
No, he was the first one, I shot him out in my book.
Oh, yeah?
Actually. And then I mentioned that on their show, O&A, that he had seen Roger Kabler do it first.
Oh.
And so I even mentioned that in my book, too, because I like to trace stuff back. No one owns an impression.
Right.
But what happens is people, if you're good at it, will come up to you and say, I've been doing your William Shatner for the last 5 years, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But, I started out with Dana Carvey, and he and I both insist we're doing Rich Little's Johnny Carson.
Right.
That's just how it is.
Right.
Until someone nails it, you don't really know how it goes.
Yeah, that one thing that
There's
comes
an
out of
inflection.
it.
In fact, I'm going to teach you to do the British action hero Jason Statham right now. You ready?
Yep.
All right. So he said, and forgive me if you're attempting to wrap this up.
Nope.
Okay.
We're good.
So he says 6 words in a row faster than any human being on the planet. But first I'll say I'll do him in context, and then I'll break down the 6 words for him. So I was out promoting the book, and he had a movie out at the time, so I started doing an impression of him on these talk shows. Because they would say, now you do impressions, right, Kevin? Who are you doing these days? That great question.
Yeah.
Thank you for not asking it.
You're welcome.
By the way, I love that you have a Starbucks outside. So he had a movie out, so I started doing him. And then I realized, oh, shit, this is how he's going to find out that I'm mocking him. It's because I'm doing it on TV. If I do him in a nightclub or here on your couch,
right.
No one's going to...
No one knows.
He's not going to find out.
Yeah.
Everyone else is, but he's not.
Right.
I always assume no one famous is ever watching or listening to anything we do.
Right.
So I'm doing him on talk shows, and then I'm afraid I'm going to get that phone call at 4 o'clock. I'm like, do you know who I am? Do you fucking know who I am? Well, why don't I tell you, mate? I'm the bloke right up your little fucking heart. Do you know what I mean? Do you fucking know what I mean? So the 6 words are, do you know what I mean? Which he says as, do you know what I mean?
Do you know what I mean?
It's not even 3 syllables. If I put you in that chair, you'd be dead in 30 seconds. Do you know what I mean?
Do you know what I mean?
Actually, I don't. I heard the chair part, and then you lost me at the end. You talked too fast. So there's always some key that somebody nails like that. And Dana Carvey was always great at exaggerating a famous person's voice to the point of almost not recognition.
Right.
Like he took Bush Sr. to "Not Gonna Die."
Yeah.
Those aren't words.
Right.
So, when people come up to me, I do you William Shatner, but it's kind of silly. So the Christopher Walken thing, it's all derivative of one thing, and then you just kind of make it your own. And so to me, the thing with Christopher Walken was to get away from the obvious sing-songy way that he speaks when people do him.
Yeah.
Which I just found obnoxious. And so I like the conversational version of any of these guys.
Right.
Like sometimes I just sit around my house in the living room with the TV on and there's a cat. And I would rather do that version of Al Pacino than the yelling one that we all normally do.
Yeah, right. That everyone.
Yeah, if you could get it, because at some point he became like an old black blues player. You know what I mean?
Right.
And now he goes on Letterman sometimes. I don't know, Dave. So it's that conversational version of Christopher Walken that I became so obsessed with. I started doing a podcast.
And you just do Walken the whole time?
It's in conversation. I started doing them recently live on stage at the West Side Comedy Theater. Have you heard about this place in Santa Monica?
No.
It's pretty great. Little tiny theater. I'm going to do one Thursday with Andy Kindler.
Cool.
It's always me and another person. So
but you do Walken the whole time.
But inexplicably, I speak only as Christopher Walken. And I say inexplicably because there's no mention of him during the conversation, ever. That's a rule. There's a mention of me.
Yeah.
So it's my dinner with Andre, only Andre is inexplicably Christopher Walken. And it's just two guys talking, or two people, because I've had women on. Just me and a friend talking about the minutia of life.
Right.
And answering a couple of emails.
What is it?
For an hour.
What is it about doing his voice that frees you up to just talk endlessly?
That's a great question.
Yeah, because I noticed you would do that. Like, you can kind of go off on anything. It's an endless...
Yeah. What is it? Because the musical rhythm of his voice makes me happy.
So just put whatever words into it.
Yeah. I sit here and I wonder, did what came first, the lattice or the shrubbery that grows on it as I look into your backyard? Yellow is a great color, by the way. It's a happy color. Warm color. I used to joke that when I used to do Albert Brooks, I could think funnier and faster as him than I could in my own thoughts.
Right.
That's the thing.
Do
you actually change? And that's how I learned to act, I think. That same thing. You find out how they walk and think.
Right.
And that's all an actor ever does when he creates a character. How does this guy walk?
Right.
And then early on when I worked on Levinson's Avalon, one of the great, like the Laurence Olivier of Germany, this guy Armin Mueller-Stahl, who you've seen, he played the patriarch in the film.
Right.
You've seen him in a bunch of stuff.
Right.
But he had done, by the time I met him and worked with him in '89 on Avalon, he had done 25 years in the theater, starred in 75 films in Germany.
Wow.
And he said, it starts with the shoes. You put the shoes on and you build the character up from the shoes. Because the shoes tell you how he walks. And how he walks dictates the rhythm and speed with which he speaks.
Right.
It all starts with the shoes. And so
it's great.
I've been very careful with the shoes when you go to wardrobe fitting.
Yeah.
And by the way, how many films does it take you when you go to wardrobe to speak up? Because initially it's your mother and then your wife who dresses you.
Right.
I mean, I think Slayton had a bit. When they were little girls, they had dolls. Now they got you.
Right.
So if you're smart in a relationship, you just let them dress you.
Yeah.
And And so when I would go to wardrobe, it took me a while to get out of the let the woman dress you
Right.
and say, you know what, I think different shoes.
Right, yeah.
And Armin Mueller-Stahl was a big part of that because I built those characters. Because it is about the cadence.
Oh,
and for Christopher Walken, it was his cadence that made me so very fucking happy when he would just conversationally speak, and that's what the podcast is.
You're right.
Talkin' Walken.
That's so funny.
Is the name of it. I spelled Talkin' and Walken both I-N. I changed Walken to I-N. That way his family can't sue me.
Ah, smart.
Yeah, but he loves it. He had.
Yeah, you run into him.
Yeah, there's stories in the book and in the act when I tour. The act just really has become these first-hand anecdotes of meeting these people who I've been mocking. Because, when I first started out when I was 20 years old, I would say, what if Jack Nicholson were a busboy? It might go something like this.
Right.
Which was what you did 40 years ago.
Right.
I'm not 60. But you know what I mean? That's what the thing was.
Yeah.
And throughout time, I've had this crazy career.
Yeah.
In the sense that I've worked with most of the people I've mocked.
It's hilarious.
And I'd never do it for them.
Did Nicholson know you did?
Nope.
He didn't know?
Still may not. I would never, ever come close to bringing that up.
Oh, no way.
No. Alan Arkin was the only one who I tormented.
I love that. I heard you on XM, I think.
On O&A, I think I also went into detail. But, and then he said, have you noticed I don't stammer as much anymore since you started doing me? No, I heard it in your voice. I didn't like it. So I stopped doing that. Yeah.
That's so great. It's how awesome that you can become friends with these people.
Well, friendly.
Yeah.
I'm not hanging out with any of them, but friendly enough that they or they're flattered by it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a great thing.
Have you had people recognize you from your voice, like in the grocery store line?
Yeah.
I wonder if that's because we're doing these podcasts, because I don't remember it happening before 5 years ago, but people turn around in a grocery store and go, and to me, of all people who does voices, they'll turn around and say, I recognize you from your voice.
Yeah, that is a strange one. Was there something when you heard Depp say that he takes from a couple different actors and puts a role together, did you then consciously think that you might play with that idea?
No.
No?
I haven't. I just acknowledged that I had been doing it.
Right. But not overtly.
No, not consciously.
Right.
So the fact that he was saying he did it consciously kind of made me really, really happy.
Yeah.
That's such a great actor. You're not just influenced by other people's rhythm. Like you were saying about whether it's Oliver Platt or William H. Macy. That's because you're a fan of movies and you're a fan of watching people act in certain roles. And maybe like me, you collected character actors over the years, because that's what we are. So their way of doing it has already entertained you.
Yeah.
So it does make sense that you would put it kind of in their words and mouths first.
Right.
To wrap your brain around.
What is it about leading men? As opposed to character actors, because in your roles you are a character actor, but you really stand out, and you don't completely.
Sometimes I'm one of the leads.
Yeah, you don't.
Which is all a leading actor is the star, name above the title kind of thing.
Right.
In fact, there's a couple of times when I was approached by filmmakers and they asked me to do this part, and it was going to be one of those name above the title because it was a $2-3 million budget movie.
Right.
And in the independent world, after Usual Suspects, the street cred was had
huge.
So but still, every time they approach me, I'd say, so you want no one to see your film? If you're going to put me number one on the call sheet, honestly.
This has been a special presentation of Tom Papa's radio show, Come to Papa. Hear it regularly Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 Pacific on Raw Dog Channel 99. This is the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
Sirius XM. The download. The latest buzzworthy moments from Sirius XM.
Jack Johnson stopped by the Spectrum to take listeners through a track-by-track of his new #1 album. Hollywood legends Robin Williams and Whoopi Goldberg sat down live with a small group of subscribers in Sirius XM's latest town hall. And Metallica performed a private concert just for Sirius XM subscribers at Harlem's world-famous Apollo Theater.
Sirius XM. The download.
Fighting. Wow. Fucking.
Oh.
Video games.
I like it.
Drugs.
That is true.
Robots.
That's so ridiculous.
And the apocalypse.
Wow.
In other words, the Joe Rogan Experience. This week, comedian Kathleen Madigan.
I went to the hotel. I didn't know One Direction was there. 2,000 girls outside the hotel.
Those are girls that don't even know what they're going to do with it when they get them. It's not like these girls are ready to fuck.
Whoa, you're blowing my mind. Experience the Joe Rogan Experience every weekend. Today at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Are you an inventor, or do you know an inventor who would like to attempt to have an invention or idea patented and submitted to industry? Call InventHelp, America's largest invention company, and learn how to get your free inventor's information. You'll learn how to attempt to patent your idea and submit it to industry from the company that has helped secure over 7,000 patents. It's a free call, so call now. 1-800-220-9562. That's 1-800-220-9562. Call toll free at 1-800-220-9562. That's 1-800-220-9562. InventHelp is a fee-based company.
I am the new way to work, and I am not alone. More companies, from the startups to the large multi-location companies, are realizing that office solutions from Regis are tailor-made for their needs, whatever those needs may be. With Regis, they get to invest in their business instead of lobby art and phone systems. They get the local presence they need without the long-term lease. I am the new way to work, and I'd like you to join me. Start now and get 2 months free at regis.com/radio or call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
You never thought it would get to this. You're an addict, and your life is spiraling out of control. Call the Addiction Help Hotline. One free call can be the first step to getting your life back on track. The Addiction Help Hotline will match you with the right facility for your treatment in our network of top-rated facilities nationwide. We'll help you select the facility type, the location, the treatment type, the affordability, and the length of stay. If you need urgent help, fast-track admissions are available. Whether it's insurance, credit card, family help, or self-pay cash, the Addiction Help Hotline has an answer to help you. The Addiction Help Hotline is discreet with our confidential and secure matching system. Stop being afraid. End the addiction. Help is just one free phone call away. Call the Addiction Help Hotline. We're standing by now to help you get your life back. The call is free. Call now. Call the Addiction Help Hotline at 800-430-7410. End the addiction. Call 800-430-7410. 800-430-7410.
Marvel Studios' Iron Man 3 is now on Blu-ray Combo Pack and DVD at deepdiscount.com. Rated PG-13, Marvel's Iron Man 3 pits brash but brilliant industrialist Tony Stark, Iron Man, against an enemy whose reach knows no bounds. Stark finds his world destroyed at his enemy's hands and embarks on a harrowing quest to find those responsible. Save 10% on Marvel's Iron Man 3 and thousands of other DVDs, Blu-rays, and CDs. Enter promo code IRONMAN at deepdiscount.com. That's an extra 10% by entering promo code IRONMAN at checkout.
Attention.
Attention.
Rosetta Stone invites you to be a part of its biggest language learning event in history. Because this year, we want to help 3 million people learn a new language. That's why we're going to give you an absolutely free demo of our language immersion technology. Call 1-800-440-1135. Developed to fully immerse you in your new language, the Rosetta Stone solution is easier than ever before. For your free demo, call 1-800-440-1135. 1-800-440-1135.
Guess what limits Kristen's golf game? She worries too much when obstacles are present.
Tom gets down on himself after missing an easy putt. He's slow to regain confidence.
These amateur golfers could use help with their mental game. Now they can do what elite athletes in Europe do. Go to iaimtowin.com, take the Reese Motivation Profile, and learn what is motivating your mental mistakes and how to improve. That's iaimtowin.com.
This is the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
The late night radio legend Art Bell returns to the airwaves.
Great to have you back. Here I am on Sirius XM. I have interests that lie in other areas. Science, paranormal, our very existence.
We have about 1 billion Earth-like planets in our own backyard.
Art Bell's Dark Matter.
It's really interesting stuff.
Weeknights, 10 p.m. East, 7 West on Indy Sirius XM 104 or listen on the Sirius XM app.
This is going to be fun.
Look, the worst part about business travel is worrying about my wife and kids at home alone. My family's safety is my responsibility. That's why I started researching home security. I called the big alarm companies, checked online, even looked at doing it myself. But the best technology for the best price came from Vivint. They even won the Consumer's Digest Best Buy Award. Yes, Vivint gives me a complete security system, but it does even more. Vivint's video technology is unreal. I can see what's going on in my